Chapter 1995. Yi Xinyan watched Lu Yuan's tall back disappear from the conference room door. She let out a long breath and whistled. She said with a smile, "He's really the best in the world. If this man was 20 years younger, I would definitely chase after him. He was handsome, beautiful, and strong, but a little old." Deputy Director Jia glanced at her sourly. "You women only know how to look at appearances. Shallow. Who said we women only know how to look at appearances? This is slander." Yi Xinyan flipped through the information Lu Yuan had left behind and said plausibly, "We clearly still look at figures. Don't call yourself a Prince Charming if you're under 7 meters tall. No matter how good your face is, it can't make up for your flaws." Deputy Director Jia was exactly 7 meters tall, but although he was only in his 30s, he looked about the same age as Lu Yuan. He was even a little more decadent than him. He glared at Yi Xinyan. "No matter how good-looking Mr. Lu is, he's still more than 20 years older than you. Even if you ignore the age gap and chase after him, your family won't agree." Yi Xinyan's attention was almost completely attracted by the information Lu Yuan had left behind. After a while, she sighed and said, "I take back what I said just now. You're not going to chase after him anymore." "No, even if he's not 20 years younger, I can still chase after him. If he's not my client." Yi Xinyan propped her head up and became distressed. "Director Jia, do you think I should give up on this client and fight to be Mrs. Lu, or give up on being Mrs. Lu and fight for this big client to work with me for life?" The corners of Deputy Director Jia's mouth twitched, and he rolled his eyes. "You make it sound like he'll definitely want you if you chase after him. Do you really think someone with this kind of wealth would be a nobody? But we've never heard of this name. If he's not a nobody, then what is he?" Yi Xinyan glanced at Deputy Director Jia in amusement. The disgust on Deputy Director Jia's face could almost be torn off like a mask. He snorted. "You'd better hurry up and do the valuation. Don't tell me you've really decided to devote your life to him just by doing some mental calculations. Just the part that can be calculated mentally is already equivalent to our annual performance, let alone those that can't be calculated directly." Yi Xinyan sighed and gathered the materials. She stood up and said, "Those industries need to be valued using complicated mathematical formulas. I have to take them back and study them carefully. Also, have the people in my department work overtime over the weekend and try to calculate the values next week." Thank you for your hard work." Deputy Director Jia's expression returned to normal. "But it's normal for your department to work overtime. Fortunately, you are generous with your overtime pay. Many people are willing to transfer to your department." "Of course. As long as my employees put in the effort, I will never mistreat them. He only wants to work from 9 to 5 every day. He's not suitable for my department," Yi Xinyan said as she left the conference room with documents in one hand and her laptop in the other. After Yi Xinyan left, Deputy Director Jia sat in the conference room for a while and took out his phone to call Do Ayin. Do Ayin was in a daze in the parking lot near a villa at the foot of the western hills of the imperial capital. Guo Huining was going to He Guanchen's private residence today to start her new job. Do Ayin was worried and curious about He Guanchen's private residence, so she tagged along. However, she did not go in for the time being. Instead, she stayed in the parking lot and only allowed Guo Huining to enter the villa with a miniature camera. She used her phone to watch Guo Huining's interview process in real time from the parking lot. Unfortunately, as soon as Guo Huining entered the room, Do Ayin couldn't receive the image from the micro camera. "What's going on?" Do Ayin initially thought that the phone's internet connection was disconnected. After checking for a long time, she discovered that all other networks were fine, but she couldn't see the image of Guo Huining entering the house. Only then did she realize that Guo Huining's home had an electromagnetic shield. Only an electromagnetic shield could disconnect the micro-camera's internet connection. She tried calling Gua Huining's phone again and found that it really couldn't go through. That's pretty impressive. A private residence with an electromagnetic shield, just how many secrets are there? Do Ayin smashed the car door with her phone in disdain. Gua Huining didn't know that the micro-camera had lost its internet connection. She knocked on the door and entered, but didn't see Hu Guanchen. She only saw a middle-aged woman in her 40s. She looked very ordinary, but was not dressed like a country bumpkin. She could tell that she was a local of the imperial capital. She looked Gua Huining up and down. You must be Miss Gua Huining. Gua Huining nodded and smiled. I was hired by General Hua to help him take care of this private residence. May I ask who you are? The middle-aged woman smiled. My surname is Zhao, you can call me Mother Zhao. I'm the nanny Mr. Hua hired to take care of Grandfather Hua. Oh, you're Mother Zhao. Nice to meet you. Gua Huining pretended to be polite and shook hands with Mother Zhao amiably. Go do what you need to do, I'll see if General Hua has any instructions. Gua Huining said as she took out her phone to dial Hu Guanchen's number. Mother Zhao smiled as she watched her on the phone for a long time before saying, There's no signal here, you can't go online or use your phone. What? Gua Huining was shocked. Why? How can I live without the internet? Miss Gua is here to help Mr. Hua take care of his private residence, not to freeload on the internet, right? Mother Zhao laughed. You can use the landline to communicate with the outside world. She pointed to the landline in the other room. This is the study. If Miss Gua doesn't mind, you can use this room. I usually only take afternoon naps here and go back to my own home at night. Gua Huining's eyes flashed, but General Hua promised to pay for my food and lodging. Why don't you find me another room? Food and lodging. Mother Zhao was obviously stunned. Mr. Hua didn't say anything. He promised me in person. You can call him if you don't believe me. Gua Huining walked around the room and looked around. The house was really not small, a European-style villa with 6 bedrooms and 6 bathrooms upstairs. There were 2 guest rooms with bathrooms downstairs, as well as a study, a game room, a living room, a dining room, a family room, and 2 bathrooms. The kitchen was in the innermost position. There was also a staircase to the basement from the kitchen. She only poked her head out to look, but didn't go down. There was a green field behind the house, fenced off with flower beds arranged in picturesque disorder. It was obvious that a professional gardener took care of it. It was late autumn, the red leaves in the backyard were dazzling, and a few chrysanthemums were in full bloom. She had never been to the Hua family's residence in the military headquarters, but just the private residence here was enough to make her mouth water. A detached villa with a garden. And in the best area of the West Hills. How extravagant. The Hong Corporation was a large financial group, and the marital home she shared with Hong Ziki only had 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, and was only about 150 square meters. The smile on Gua Huining's face became even more respectful. She came out of the study just in time to see Mother Zhao finish her call. You asked General Hua. Yes, Mr. Hua said that Miss Gua can stay in the guest room on the 1st floor. Gua Huining nodded in satisfaction. Okay, I'll bring the suitcase in. As she spoke, she walked back to the study and called Do Ayin from the landline. Mary, bring my suitcase in. This was the code she had arranged with Do Ayin. If everything went smoothly, Do Ayin wouldn't have to go in. But if there was a problem, like now when they found out that Hu Guanchen's private residence had an electromagnetic shield, then Do Ayin would have to go in and tamper with it. Do Ayin saw that it was an unfamiliar number, and immediately said, Is this the landline of your new home? Gua Huining was delighted to hear the word new home, and smiled. Don't talk nonsense, this is Mr. Hua's private residence. Hurry and bring my suitcase in. Do Ayin wore a cap and dressed as a delivery girl, pushing Gua Huining's Samsonite suitcase to the front of Hu Guanchen's private residence. She looked around curiously. carefully pushed the suitcase, and rang the doorbell of the private house. Gua Huining personally opened the door for her. "You're here. Help me bring it to my room." Gua Huining leisurely led the way, already acting like a hostess. Mother Zhao looked at her with a conflicted expression. "I'll be going now. Today's lunch would be served by a professional chef. There will be a part-time helper in the afternoon, and a physiotherapist and nurse will come over to help with Grandfather Hua's rehabilitation. When Grandfather Hua wakes up, you can ask him if he needs anything." Gua Huining turned around and looked at her unhappily. "You're a nanny. What use do you have if you're not here when Grandfather Hua wakes up?" Mother Zhao, she was also unhappy, and said dryly, "There's another nanny. She and I have day and night shifts. It's not even noon yet, and your day shift is already over." Gua Huining quickly got into the role of housekeeper. "I'll have to ask General Hua how you two nannies arrange their shifts." Mother Zhao was frightened by Gua Huining's imposing manner, and shrunk her neck. "Then I'll wait for the other nanny to come before I leave." "Okay, go do what you need to do. I don't need your service here." Gua Huining waved her hand, and led Do Ayan, who was dressed as a delivery girl, into her room. Do Ayan locked the door as soon as she entered, took off her baseball cap, and threw it on the floor. She let out a long sigh. "Hey, what's so valuable in your suitcase? It's so heavy, I almost couldn't push it in." "Just some daily necessities." Gua Huining smiled as she put the suitcase into the closet. She was very satisfied with the guest room. The entire room was 40 to 50 square meters, divided into 2 rooms by a screen in the middle. The closet inside was 10 square meters, and it even had its own bathroom. What a pleasant surprise. Do Ayan said to her, "Why did you stop that woman from going out just now? Once she's out, we can properly investigate this house. There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future. Why are you in such a hurry?" Gua Huining didn't think much of it. "I can't be taken down by that woman the first time. Otherwise, how am I going to manage them in the future? Actually, if the nanny had something to do, it was fine for her to leave early." Gua Huining wasn't an unreasonable person. However, on her first day of work, the other party had already made a move to quit, so Gua Huining couldn't ignore it. She had to establish her authority so that she could gain a foothold here in the future. After Lu Yuan left the Carlyle company, he drove aimlessly around the city for a long time. It wasn't until he got rid of the detectives hired by the Carlyle company that he leisurely drove back to the apartment complex on the 3rd ring road of the imperial capital. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Lu Jin looking up from the sofa in the living room with a bowl of vanilla ice cream in his hands. "Boss Lu is back. We thought you forgot about us," Lu Jin said loudly. Gu Nianji also poked her head out of the kitchen and said with a smile, "President Lu is back, but we already have food." "Lu Yuan. Xiaoheng is here." He strode to the kitchen. Hua Xiaoheng was wearing a dark olive-green military uniform. He stood in front of the black stainless steel electromagnetic stove and was serving a pot of golden Spanish seafood fried rice. This was today's first update, Chapter 1984, The Handsome, Beautiful, and Strong President Lu. Today was Monday, so let me remind everyone of your recommendation votes. I haven't asked for monthly votes for a few days, so I'll ask for a wave of monthly votes in the middle of the month. Today was the second update, and the second update was at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1996. Lu Yuan laughed and stopped in his tracks. He curled his index finger and tapped Gu Nianji's forehead. "You've finally eaten Spanish seafood fried rice. Hee, this is already the second time." Gu Nianji covered her forehead and took a step back. She made a face and said, "When you and Miss Song were out eating shad without bones, Wu Xiao already did it once to comfort me." Thinking of his date with Song Jining, Lu Yuan was in a good mood. He smiled and said, "You still want to eat again after eating once?" Xiaoheng's cooking is so good. Can I try it? I can ask my dad to share some with you. Hua Xiao always cooks according to our appetite. Gu Nianji thought about it and still couldn't bear to give up her seafood fried rice. Not even a little bit. Little stingy girl, you've eaten so much of my good food, yet you refuse to share some of yours with me. Lu Yuan pretended to be angry and glared at Gu Nianji. Don't even think about me cooking for you in the future. President Lu, please calm down. I'll make tea for you. Gu Nianji smiled and changed the topic. She pulled Lu Yuan back to the living room. Lu Jin had just finished a bowl of vanilla ice cream and sighed in satisfaction. If humans didn't have ice cream, what would the world be like? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Dad, according to you, humans before ice cream was invented didn't want to live anymore. So what I asked was what will happen to the world. It's definitely going to be a gloomy place, where the people have no way to make a living, where there's no way to continue, and where there's no choice but to eat. Lu Jin closed his eyes and began to blurt out forward idioms in an intoxicated manner. Stop. Gu Nianji interrupted Lu Jin and changed the topic. President Lu is back. Major General Hua didn't cook for President Lu. Dad, why don't you share some of your seafood fried rice with President Lu? That won't do. Lu Jin refused without hesitation. Boss Lu, you didn't even bring me to work. I'm so angry that I'm on strike today. He even wanted to share his food. Dream on. Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin speechlessly. After a while, she said. Dad, you came with me to the Senate building today to report. So what? If I hadn't gone on strike, how could I have reported to the Senate building with you? Lu Jin still spoke eloquently. Lu Yuan knew that he was angry and throwing a tantrum. He sat down and said, forget it, just give me a little of Xiaoheng's food. I'll eat more when I make supper tonight. Gu Nianji was anxious. She quietly poked Lu Jin and gave Lu Yuan a look. Lu Jin understood. If he continued to lose his temper, there would be no supper. He was silent for a moment and turned to look at Lu Yuan. I can give you a little, but I want a big portion for supper tonight. Lu Yuan smiled. Sure, no problem. The dinner incident was finally resolved. Gu Nianji skipped to the dining room and saw that Hua Xiaoheng had already laid out the dinner table. There were 4 plates, and Lu Yuan's portion was especially small. Gu Nianji smiled and sat next to Hua Xiaoheng. She raised her hand and called Lu Jin and Lu Yuan over for dinner. Lu Yuan looked at his pitifully small portion of Spanish seafood fried rice and picked up his spoon nonchalantly. Let me see what's good about Xiaoheng's cooking. Major General Hua's Spanish seafood fried rice doesn't use onions, but it has the taste of onions. It's very delicious when mixed with seafood. Gu Nianji couldn't wait to take a big bite. And it was a familiar recipe. A familiar taste. She wouldn't get tired of it no matter how many times she ate it. Lu Jin also buried his head in his food and said vaguely. The student has surpassed the master. Major General Hua will soon surpass Boss Lu in terms of culinary skills. My girl is blessed with good food. Lu Yuan also tasted a bite and chewed slowly for a while. He nodded and praised, Xiaoheng really put in a lot of effort into this dish. His eyes swept across Gu Nianji's face and he smiled. He also put in a lot of effort. Hua Xiaoheng's Spanish seafood fried rice was even more delicious than the authentic Spanish seafood fried rice. The key was the treatment of onions. Because Gu Nianji didn't eat onions, Hua Xiaoheng tried his best to find substitutes. He took the taste and got rid of the shape, which made this dish taste unique. If we open a restaurant and only sell this dish, we'll make a lot of money. Lu Yuan continued to praise Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiaoheng smiled. This dish isn't for sale. It's only for Nianji. Gu Nianji was caught off guard and was hit by Hu Xiaoheng's sweet words. She smiled as she scooped up a spoonful of golden Spanish seafood fried rice, mixed with a bright red shrimp and snow-white scallops. She brought it to Hu Xiaoheng's mouth. "Major General Hua, here, eat my fried rice." Hu Xiaoheng looked at her. "Didn't you not want to share what you like with others? But Major General Hua isn't someone else. Giving it to you is giving it to me. What's the difference?" Gu Nianji blinked her big, watery eyes and stared at Hu Xiaoheng. Her sweet words were much smoother than Hu Xiaoheng's. Hu Xiaoheng didn't like sweets, but he couldn't resist the sweets Gu Nianji fed him. The sweetness originated from the tip of his tongue and spread to all his taste buds. Then, it rampaged through his body. His hands, from his heart to his brain, were all occupied by her sweetness. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he lowered his head and silently ate the fried rice Gu Nianji fed him. Lu Jin said in surprise. "You've already given it to Major General Hua. Why didn't you give it to Boss Lu? You still want to share my fried rice?" Gu Nianji had no one else in her eyes at that moment. She waved her hand and ignored Lu Jin. She continued to look at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Major General Hua, I fed you a spoonful of my fried rice. Shouldn't you return the favor?" He knew she wouldn't be so kind as to share her food with others. Hu Xiaoheng, who knew Gu Nianji very well, silently picked up his spoon and fed her a spoonful. Gu Nianji ate with a smile and fed Hu Xiaoheng another spoonful. Then, the two of them didn't eat the fried rice on their plates and only fed it to each other. Lu Yuan and Lu Jin couldn't take it anymore. They both felt that it was so sweet that they were a little bloated. They picked up their plates at the same time and said, "I'll go to the kitchen to see if there are any salted vegetables." Eating fried rice with a little salted vegetables mixed with shallots was actually a perfect match. Hu Xiaoheng actually knew that this was very childish, but seeing how happy Gu Nianji was, he could only cooperate. This girl rarely made any requests of him. He couldn't bear to reject her when she showed off her affection once in a while. After dinner, Lu Yuan looked at his watch and said, "Has Director Song had dinner? Is there any left? Do you want to send her some?" Hu Xiaoheng looked up with a smile. "I left some in the fridge. President Lu, can you send it over for me?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips into a smile and secretly gave Hu Xiaoheng a thumbs up under the table. Hu Xiaoheng didn't look under the table, but he seemed to know what she was doing. He held her thumb and rubbed it twice. Lu Yuan stood up without hesitation. "Then I'll go deliver the food." Lu Jin wanted to follow. "What about supper? Why don't we send it over together?" Gu Nianji rolled her eyes and called out to Lu Jin. "Dad, Major General Hua and I are going to see Xiao Yi later. Do you want to come with us?" Xiao Yi. Lu Jin was stunned for a moment before he retracted his thoughts from supper. "Why are you going to see her?" "She was crippled by the people over there to save me." Gu Nianji's expression became serious. She used to be very good at martial arts and was someone who went on field missions all year round. Now she can only sit in an electric wheelchair. She can't even walk. Lu Jin immediately said, "Okay, then let's go see her." "Is it serious?" "I'll see what I can do." "Where's her medical record? Can I see it?" "Are you going to treat Xiao Yi?" Gu Nianji's eyes lit up and she quickly stood up. "Yes, I have to repay anyone who is good to my girl. I won't let a single one of them off." This was really Lu Jin. Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered to correct his faulty wording. Therefore, Lu Yuan went downstairs with Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, and Lu Jin in two separate cars. Lu Yuan went to the Institute of High Energy Physics to deliver food to Song Jining. Hu Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji, and Lu Jin returned to the military headquarters compound to visit Xiao Yi, who was recuperating at home. This was today's second update. Chapter 1985, I won't let a single one go. Today was Monday, so I'd like to remind everyone of your recommendation votes. It had been a few days since I asked for monthly votes. I'd like to ask for a wave of monthly votes in the middle of the month. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1997. It was late autumn in the imperial capital, and it was already dark at 6 p.m. Gu Nianji sat in the passenger seat next to Hua Xiaoheng and watched the gates of the military headquarters getting closer and closer. Hua Xiaoheng had a pass in his car, so he didn't even need to stop when he entered. He only slowed down and waited for the automatic railing to rise before driving straight in. Gu Nianji smiled as she looked around and suddenly saw a familiar figure at the gate from the corner of her eye. Hua Xiao, slow down. Gu Nianji quickly turned back to look in the direction of the gate. Hua Xiaoheng stepped on the brakes and glanced at the rearview mirror. Gu Nianji looked at it for a while and said in surprise, "That woman looks like Guo Huining. What's she doing here?" Guo Huining wore a half-length mustard yellow merino cardigan, black slim-fit wool pants, and nude ankle boots that were fashionable and comfortable. She smiled warmly and carried an insulated lunchbox as she patiently spoke to the soldier standing guard at the gate. "Little comrade, can you let me in? I'm going to deliver food to General Hua." "General Hua? Which General Hua? Do you have a pass?" the soldier asked sternly, unwilling to bend the rules. Guo Huining shook her head. "Not yet, but call General Hua. He knows me. I'm Guo Huining, and I'm currently helping him take care of his father." The soldier replied, "Oh, you're a babysitter? Wait a minute." He went back to the guard post to make the call. At that moment, Guo Huining saw that there seemed to be no one at the gate. She carried the insulated lunchbox and stepped over the thigh-high automatic railing in front of her to hurry into the compound. However, she had only taken a few steps when she heard the sound of guns being cocked. A few soldiers wearing black uniforms and masks appeared out of nowhere with automatic rifles in their hands. Guo Huining screamed in fear and quickly raised her hands. The insulated lunchbox dangled between her fingers, looking somewhat comical. However, the soldiers with guns raised and masks did not find it funny. They all looked at her coldly, their actions full of murderous intent. No wonder they were the guards of the military headquarters compound. Regular compound guards couldn't compare to them. The soldier who had returned to the guard post to make the call threw the phone away and ran out to drag Guo Huining out. He said anxiously, "What's wrong with you, female comrade? I told you not to enter, yet you still dared to barge in. What kind of place is this? Do you want to die?" Guo Huining was scared out of her wits just now, but after being dragged back by this little warrior, she became bolder again. Because the armed soldiers in black uniforms had already retreated and disappeared. She patted her chest with lingering fear and fiercely pushed the little soldier, saying, "Why are you touching me? I'm warning you, I'm a lawyer. You're suspected of abusing your power for personal gain and deliberately harassing me." I didn't. The young soldier panicked and hugged his spear tightly. "Don't slander me. You're still quarreling with the commoners. How did you become a soldier? You only know how to bully the common people." Guo Huining's many years as a senior executive wasn't for nothing. Her expression was actually quite scary. The young soldier had just joined the army not long ago, so he was no match for Guo Huining, who often dealt with the law. In just 3 sentences, Guo Huining had already forced him to tell her his name and unit number, saying that she planned to sue him for harassing her. I didn't. This was the only thing the young soldier could say over and over again. His eyes were red. Guo Huining stretched out her arm and pointed to the place where the young soldier had dragged her. "You dare say that you didn't touch me just now? I know you have surveillance cameras here. If you don't believe me, let's look at the surveillance cameras." You broke the rules. I was kind enough to pull you out. The young soldier was very angry. He was kind enough to save someone, but he was actually being blamed. But if he hadn't pulled her out, she might have been shot to death. Although the young soldier was very angry, he still didn't regret saving her. So you admit that you touched me. Touching my body without my consent is sexual harassment. Guo Huining sneered. Unless you let me in now. I'm going to deliver food to General Hua, not do anything else. If you don't believe me, you can come with me. I can't go. The young soldier shook his head and said honestly, I'm about to change shifts. You can't go in. Then you'd rather be accused of sexual harassment than let me in. Guo Huining was very surprised. She didn't expect a small soldier to be so principled. This was too rare in the scheming business world. The young soldier tried his best to hold back his tears, but he still shook his head. He refused to leave his post, and he refused to let Guo Huining in. It was already late, and there were not many people entering or leaving the entrance of the military headquarters. There were a few tall ginkgo trees at the entrance, and the golden leaves fell all over the ground like small fans. The young soldier wasn't the only one on guard duty here, but everyone was sticking to their posts, and no one came out to watch the show. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin watched with relish. Lu Jin could read lips. From his angle, he could only see Guo Huining speak, but not the young soldier. However, it was enough to see Guo Huining speak. Lu Jin read her lips and relayed what she said to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji was both angry and amused. She said, why would Guo Huining deliver food to General Hua? What's their relationship? Hua Xiaoheng stopped the car and got out of the car without a word. He walked towards the gate. Gu Nianji quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and got out of the car excitedly. Lu Jin and she walked behind Hua Xiaoheng and quietly hid behind a big tree by the side of the road to peek. Hua Xiaoheng came to the gate of the courtyard and said to the young soldier, there's nothing else for you to do. Go back and stand guard. The young soldier turned around and saw Hua Xiaoheng's epaulette. He immediately stood at attention and saluted. Hello, Chief. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and said in a low voice, yes, go back and stand guard. I saw what happened just now. You're not wrong. Don't worry. The young soldier was overjoyed. Finally, someone had spoken up for him. Thank you, Chief. He saluted Hua Xiaoheng again and happily returned to his sentry post. Guo Huining blushed when she saw that it was Hua Xiaoheng. She said embarrassedly, it's Major General Hua. I was actually just joking with him. I won't really sue him. You won't, but I will. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his Bluetooth headset and connected the phone to the legal department at the military headquarters. He said calmly, the legal department? I have a woman who is deliberately harassing our soldiers on duty and trying to fish in troubled waters. Come and investigate her in case a spy sneaks in. Guo Huining panicked. Major General Hua, you can't talk nonsense. I'm here to deliver food to your father. How could I be a spy? If I were a spy, would General Hua entrust his father to me to take care of him? Hua Xiaoheng put his hands behind his back and said calmly, that's hard to say. General Hua himself has always had problems with his judgment. It's entirely possible that he's luring a wolf into his house. As they spoke, the people from the legal department at the military headquarters had already driven over. Hello, Chief. The leading legal officer on duty saluted and greeted Hua Xiaoheng. May I ask who is harassing our soldiers on duty and trying to fish in troubled waters? Hua Xiaoheng raised his chin in Guo Huining's direction. It's her. You can't arrest people randomly. I'm here to deliver dinner to General Hua. General Hua asked me to help him take care of his father. Guo Huining was instantly filled with regret. She had only seen how delicious the chef's food was, so she had asked the chef to make an extra dish on purpose to deliver it to Hu Guanchen. She wanted to take the opportunity to see what the real Hu manner was like. Since she had made up her mind to be with Hu Guanchen, she needed to understand more about him. She didn't expect that she couldn't even enter the courtyard. Guo Huining was disheartened. The people from the legal department saw that Guo Huining had said she was here to deliver food to General Hu, but Hu Xiaoheng had requested to take her away for investigation. They had no choice but to call Hu Guanchen. Hu Guanchen didn't pick up. His personal secretary did. Seeing that Hu Xiaoheng was involved, the personal secretary quickly explained the situation to Hu Guanchen. Hu Guanchen was in his study looking at a document. He didn't want to see Guo Huining, but now that Hu Xiaoheng was involved, he had no choice but to ignore him. "I'll go take a look." Hu Guanchen brought his personal secretary to the entrance of the courtyard in a private car. As soon as she saw him, Guo Huining's eyes reddened and she immediately started crying. "General Hu, you're finally here. I just wanted to bring you dinner, but they wouldn't let me in. They even said I was a spy." Sob 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 sob. Hu Xiaoheng looked at Hu Guanchen calmly and said, "When did you hire such a powerful nanny? She even dared to accuse our soldiers falsely." Hu Guanchen didn't know what was going on. The people from the legal department quickly explained to him. The military legal department was part of the political department. Hu Guanchen, the director of the political department, was the highest-ranking official in the legal department. After listening to the explanation, Hu Guanchen frowned and said to Guo Huining, "Just take good care of grandfather Hu. You don't have to bring me food. I have orderlies here to cook. I saw that the chef made a good soup, gastrodia alata stewed with pigeon. I heard that you sometimes have headaches, and this soup is very suitable." Guo Huining said considerately and handed the insulated lunch box to Hu Guanchen's personal secretary. Hu Guanchen didn't have to accept it, but his personal secretary couldn't. Hu Xiaoheng coughed softly. "All right, the food is here. Take her away for investigation." "Why is there still an investigation?" Guo Huining involuntarily moved a few steps towards Hu Guanchen. "It's all a misunderstanding. We've already made it clear. You're the private nanny hired by General Hu. You must pass the most stringent background check." Hu Xiaoheng waved his hand in an indisputable manner and said to the people from the legal department, "Take her to record her statement and check her resume. Check her social relations in the past 5 years, direct relatives within 3 generations, and collateral relatives within 2 generations. For the safety of the chief and his father, you must not bend the law for personal gain. You must conduct a strict and stringent investigation." This was the first night watch for the day, Chapter 1986, Caught Red-Handed. Today was the second night watch, 8:00 in the evening. Mwax, Little Angels. Chapter 1998. Guo Huining's heart skipped a beat. She was so scared she forgot to cry. She looked at Hu Guanchen and said anxiously, "General Hu, aren't you going to say something? I'm just helping you take care of your father. Do I need a background check too?" Hu Guanchen glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and said nonchalantly, "A background check is necessary, but there's no need for the most stringent background check, right? She's just an assistant I hired to take care of your grandfather's affairs." "She's not my assistant." Guo Huining nodded quickly, "Yes, yes. Grandfather Hu is just a normal person." Hu Xiaoheng smiled, "I'm just being cautious. Miss Guo threatened our soldiers today to sue him for sexual harassment. Didn't she do everything she could to get into the military HQ compound?" He looked at Hu Guanchen calmly, "General Hu, if you can guarantee that Miss Guo won't use your name to intimidate others, I won't ask the legal department to do the most stringent background check." Guo Huining's face instantly turned red. Fortunately, she was standing in the dark and no one could see her. Otherwise, she would have found a hole to hide in. She cursed Do Ian, who had given her the idea, in her heart. If she knew it was so hard to get into the military HQ compound, she wouldn't have barged in. At that moment, she deeply understood the gap between her and the Hua family. At the same time, her desire to be with Hua Guanchen grew stronger. But she couldn't rush it. She had to take it slow. Gua Huaining composed herself and said quietly, "It was my fault today. I'll listen to General Hua's orders from now on. I won't do anything I shouldn't do. I'll take good care of your father for you." Hua Guanchen glanced at his personal secretary. His personal secretary understood and placed the insulated lunchbox Gua Huaining brought back in her hands. "Miss Gua, don't come here again. If you want to come, you must go through the most stringent background check." The people who lived here were not ordinary people. If anyone could just barge in, how could it be so heavily guarded? Gua Huaining took the lunchbox sheepishly and bowed to the people around her. "I'm sorry for the trouble. I'll leave now." She turned around. Her frail figure and stumbling footsteps made her look a little pitiful. Hua Guanchen sighed and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. He reprimanded him. "It's not your business, but you're quite active. General Hua, I'm doing this for the sake of the chief's safety and reputation." Hua Xiaoheng turned around disapprovingly and said to the people from the legal department, "You all saw that Miss Guo was hired by General Hua. Although she's only at his private residence, aren't you worried about General Hua's safety in his private residence?" Hua Guanchen frowned. "You still want to investigate?" In fact, he was already doing a background check, but it wasn't a public one. However, Hua Xiaoheng had spoken in front of so many people, so Hua Guanchen had to give him face. Was Gua Huaining more important, or was his son more important? Was there a need to choose? Hua Xiaoheng replied calmly, "I'm also worried about your and grandfather's safety. I can understand grandfather's reluctance to return to the military headquarters to recuperate. However, the person you're looking for must have a clean background and must not be involved with external forces." Hua Guanchen nodded. "You don't have to worry about the domestic side. Just get the Special Operations Forces to investigate Gua Huaining's overseas connections. I'll investigate her domestic background." Hua Xiaoheng was slightly taken aback, but he immediately reacted and said, "Since General Hua has said so, I'll immediately get the Special Operations Forces to apply for permission from the Senate and the Cabinet. Otherwise, the Special Operations Forces really wouldn't be able to interfere in Gua Huaining's affairs." Hua Guanchen nodded and his tone softened. He asked Hua Xiaoheng, "Did you come back to see your grandfather?" "Your grandfather isn't here." Since Hua Guanchen gave him face, Hua Xiaoheng wouldn't refuse to give him face. He smiled and said, "I originally planned to visit grandfather. Since grandfather isn't here, I'll visit grandfather at your private residence another day. But since I'm here today, I'll go to the Xiao family to see how Xiao Yi is doing." Actually, he had come to see Xiao Yi, but now he could only feign it. Hua Guanchen knew that Hua Xiaoheng's real purpose was to see Xiao Yi. His eyes flashed and he said, "Xiao Yi, I'll go with you." In order to save Nianji, she was almost crippled. You really should visit her often. By the way, where's Nianji? How many times has she seen Xiao Yi since she came back? Hua Xiaoheng turned around and walked towards his car. He said, "Nianji kept asking to see Xiao Yi, so I brought her here." Hua Guanchen's face immediately grew long. "She's been back for more than a month. She hasn't seen your grandfather yet, has she?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled but didn't say anything. He got into the car. Gu Nianji and Lu Jin had already slipped back into the car from behind the tree. Hua Guanchen didn't even see the father and daughter. However, his guards saw them, but they knew that Gu Nianji and Lu Jin were very high-ranking security personnel, so they didn't stop them. Hua Xiaoheng got into the car and saw Gu Nianji curled up in the car seat. He knocked her head in amusement. "What are you hiding from? Let's go see Xiao Yi." Gu Nianji sat up straight with a smile. "I'm just worried that Major General Hua will be in a difficult position. General Hua is so aggressive. I'm so afraid that he'll start a fight with you at the door. Are you still worried that I won't be able to defeat General Hua? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her and fastened her seatbelt. I'm not worried that you won't be able to defeat General Hua. I just don't want Gua Huining to be too complacent. Gu Nianji pursed her lips. How powerful must a man be to scold his own son for her sake? You're worrying too much. General Hua would never do such a thing. Hua Xiaoheng was still at ease about this. Although he mocked Hua Guanchen for having poor taste, he knew that this person would never be unable to distinguish between priorities. Gu Nianji thought to herself that in terms of power and benefits, there was indeed no need to worry that Hua Guanchen would choose the wrong side. However, Hua Guanchen still impressed Gu Nianji when it came to grandfather Hua. She nodded and whispered, "It doesn't seem that bad. Grandfather Hua has been out of power for so long, but General Hua is still quite filial." Hua Xiaoheng started the car and drove towards Xiao Ye's house. He said casually, "You don't have to doubt the father-son relationship between General Hua and his father." Gu Nianji burst out laughing. No wonder General Hua looks at Gua Huining in a different light. She's quite good at finding an entry point. She knew that Hua Guanchen was filial, so she found someone to save grandfather Hua. Of course, this great favor would allow her to enter the house. However, for the time being, she could only enter the private house. She couldn't enter the Hua family's mansion yet. Lu Jin didn't say anything in the back seat. He didn't care what Hua Xiaoheng and Hua Guanchen's attitude towards Gua Huining was. Anyway, he would remember that Gua Huining had humiliated Gu Nianji. Getting the Hong Corporation to fire Gua Huining was just a small punishment. If she still didn't repent, Lu Jin would get Boss Lu to teach her a lesson. Therefore, Lu Jin smiled as he looked at the night view outside the car. He didn't take Gua Huining seriously. The car soon stopped at the entrance of the Xiao family's small courtyard. Hua Xiaoheng, Gu Nianji, and Lu Jin got out of the car and rang the doorbell at the entrance of the courtyard. The Xiao family's orderly opened the door and saluted Hua Xiaoheng. "Hello, Chief." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand. "Are General Xiao and President Qin here? Let's see Xiao Yi." Not long after, Hua Guanchen's car arrived. After getting out of the car, Hua Guanchen's gaze fell on Lu Jin, who was beside Gu Nianji. This was today's second update, Chapter 1987, Entering the House. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 1999. If he wasn't mistaken, this man was Gu Nianji's biological father. Hua Guanchen remembered what his personal secretary had found out about Lu Jin. He's a scientist who came back from abroad. He's not famous, but he saved Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan's life. He returned to the country with Senior Colonel Hua Guanyuan and was rewarded according to his merits, so he was able to become a Huaxia citizen. He was just an ordinary scholar. Hua Guanchen had originally thought that Gu Nianji was Gu Xiangwen's daughter, but it turned out that she wasn't. Gu Xiangwen's contributions to the Huaxia Empire couldn't be attributed to Gu Nianji, so naturally, it had nothing to do with Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Guanchen felt that it was a great pity. Now that he heard that Gu Nianji's biological father was just an ordinary scientist, he felt even more regretful. He was not interested in people in academia. This time, he was able to spend some effort to get to know Lu Jin because Lu Jin had gone to the Institute of High Energy Physics as a visiting professor and had become colleagues with Song Jining. That was why he had asked about Lu Jin's background. She really didn't look very attractive. How did she give birth to such a beautiful daughter? Lu Jin noticed that Hua Guanchen was looking at him. He couldn't help but think that Hua Guanchen was Hua Xiaoheng's father, and that Hua Xiaoheng had kidnapped his smart and cute girl. He was furious. However, Hua Xiaoheng had saved his life, so he couldn't vent his anger on Hua Xiaoheng. Instead, he vented it on Hua Guanchen. Lu Jin glared at Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen was taken aback. This man actually dared to throw his face at him. Has he gone stupid from studying so much? If his daughter wanted to marry into the Huo family, she would be climbing up the social ladder. Didn't he know that? What good could his daughter get from offending him? Huo Guanchen smiled coldly. He planned to teach the arrogant father and daughter a lesson later. The group of people followed Huo Xiaoheng into the Shao family's courtyard. Shao Ye's father, General Shao, and mother, Principal Qin, came out to welcome them. Shao Yi sat in a wheelchair and was pushed out by her own health nurse. Mr. Hua. You're back. Shao Ye's eyes lit up when she saw Huo Xiaoheng walking at the front. She urged the nurse to push the wheelchair quickly. Huo Xiaoheng nodded with a smile. I'm back. I've been free lately, so I wanted to see how you've recovered. Gu Nianji walked out from behind Huo Xiaoheng and smiled. Sister Shao Yi, thank you for saving me. Shao Yi paused and smiled at Gu Nianji. Nianji, you're back too. Are you all right? Only the two of them knew about the situation at that time. Shao Yi wouldn't mention it in front of so many people. Gu Nianji nodded. I'm fine. It was a false alarm. She said it casually because she didn't want to reveal too many details. A year ago, she had been kidnapped by He Qingjin's men to the other world. It was a top secret in the entire upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire. So far, there were only 5 people in the entire Huaxia Empire who knew the details. General Ji, Speaker Long, Prime Minister Bai, Huo Xiaoheng, and Song Jining. Only the 5 of them knew what had happened a year ago. Those who knew about Gu Nianji's disappearance were limited to a small group of high-ranking officials and core members of the Special Operations Forces. Shao Yi was also one of the core members of the Special Operations Forces. However, Gu Nianji's relaxed attitude made Shao Ye's mother, Principal Qin, very unhappy. However, in front of so many people, she wouldn't get angry at Gu Nianji. Instead, she said calmly, "Thank you, everyone, for coming to see my daughter. My daughter was beaten into a cripple a year ago, and she still can't stand and walk. Even her arms are weak, and it's a problem for her to hold a bowl and eat." She then glanced at Gu Nianji lightly. What she meant was that it was a false alarm, but her daughter's life was ruined. The smile on Gu Nianji's face froze. She quickly said, "Sister Shao Yi was beaten up like this because of me. I'll definitely find the best doctor to treat Shao Yi. Don't worry, Principal Qin. There will definitely be a way." Principal Qin was furious. She thought to herself that this girl was really taking advantage of her. There would definitely be a way. What way? Even her nephew, Chen Lai, was helpless against a serious injury, and she still had the face to lie to them. However, she only thought about it in her heart. She was too embarrassed to say it out loud. She only chuckled and invited them to sit down in the living room. Shao Yi quickly glanced at Huo Xiaoheng. Seeing that Huo Xiaoheng was still calm and composed, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled at Gu Nianji and said, "Miss Gu, it's good that you're fine." "I'm fine too." Principal Chen placed a memory cotton pillow behind Shao Ye's waist and said, "You're such a silly girl. Miss Gu was just being polite, and you took her seriously." Gu Nianji's face darkened. She understood what Shao Ye's mother meant. Gu Nianji didn't retort. She silently took a few steps back and stood beside Lu Jin. Shao Yi had been beaten into a cripple because of her. Her mother loved her daughter dearly, so it was only right for her to be unhappy with her. Gu Nianji didn't feel uncomfortable, but she felt very sad. She looked at Lu Jin as if asking for help. Her big eyes seemed to be able to speak as she kept winking at Lu Jin, wanting him to help her take a look. Lu Jin nodded at her and took a step forward. "Are you Shao Ye's mother?" "I'm Nianji's father." Thank you for saving my girl. My girl wasn't being polite. She did find the best doctor to treat Miss Xiao. Principal Chen, General Xiao was very embarrassed and quickly called out, "Everyone, sit down. What would you like to drink?" Huo Guanchen sat on the sofa with a smile on his face and said to General Xiao, "Old Xiao, I think Xiao Yi is recovering well. When she's had enough rest, do you want to transfer her to our political department to do a clerical job?" Xiao Ye's mother, Principal Chen, was extremely surprised. She asked excitedly, "General Hua, are you serious? Can you really let our Xiao Yi go to the political department to do a clerical job?" The political department of the military headquarters wasn't an ordinary civilian organization. Even those who had the connections and ability had to do everything they could to get in. Others couldn't even think about it. Of course it's true. Xiao Yi is also someone who has made a first-class merit. It's completely in line with the regulations to do a clerical job in the political department. Huo Guanchen smiled and pointed at Hua Xiaoheng. Xiaoheng is also very concerned about Xiao Yi. He told me more than once. Actually, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't told him once. However, on an occasion like this, in the face of Xiao Ye's parents' ardent attention and the smile that suddenly lit up on Xiao Ye's dispirited face, Hua Xiaoheng couldn't even say a word of denial. Gu Nianji didn't think anything else. When she heard that Xiao Yi was going to the political department, she was also happy for her. She sat on the stool next to her wheelchair and said carefully, "Sister Xiao Yi, I really will find you the best doctor." Principal Chen sat on the other side of Xiao Ye's wheelchair. She touched Xiao Ye's short hair and said politely with a smile, "Miss Gu, thank you for your trouble. As long as Xiao Yi doesn't go on field missions anymore, she doesn't need any other doctors. Her cousin is Chen Lai. She'll be fine with her cousin watching over her." Gu Nianji, "But the doctor I found is really good. Sister Xiao Yi, do you really not want to try?" Gu Nianji still refused to give up. She really wanted Lu Jin to take a look at Xiao Ye's injury. It had already been a year, and she didn't know if she could recover. Gu Nianji wasn't sure either. Xiao Ye's father and mother didn't reply. They just smiled and changed the topic. Xiao Yi, on the other hand, felt bad. She stretched out her hand with difficulty and touched Gu Nianji's arm. She whispered, "Nianji, don't take it to heart. I appreciate your kindness. After a year or two of rehabilitation, I should be able to walk." Gu Nianji had seen how good Xiao Ye's skills were, but now she was like this. Gu Nianji felt extremely guilty. She quickly shook her head and said, "It's fine, it's fine. I won't be angry no matter what uncle and auntie say. I just want you to recover faster. I'll work hard." Xiao Yi smiled at her and changed the topic. "Do you want some candy? This is chocolate brought back from abroad." It said that it was packaged directly from the production line of the chocolate factory. Gu Nianji refused to give up and insisted, "Sister Xiao Yi, I know that Brother Chen's medical skills are indeed very good, but there are always people better than you. I really found you a doctor who's better than Brother Chen. A doctor who's better than Chen Lai." Xiao Yi said in surprise. Her voice was a little louder. Her mother, Headmaster Chen, heard her and turned to look at her. "A doctor who's better than Chen Lai? Where is he?" "Here." Lu Jin pointed to himself. "I'm a doctor who's better than Chen Lai." "You?" Headmaster Chen's face darkened again. "Are you two here to make fun of us? My Xiao Yi became a cripple because of your daughter. What else do you have to be dissatisfied with?" Lu Jin said very seriously, "I'm not dissatisfied. I'm very grateful to your daughter, that's why I offered to examine her again. If she hadn't saved my daughter, based on your attitude, your daughter would have been paralyzed in bed for the rest of her life. Even if you knelt on the ground and begged me, I wouldn't have looked at you. I wouldn't have even rolled my eyes. Headmaster Chin stood up abruptly and pointed at the door. Leave. Leave right now. Even if my daughter is paralyzed in bed. Old Chin. General Shao roared and stopped Headmaster Chin. What's wrong with you today? She came here to see her daughter out of goodwill. Is it fun for you to speak so harshly here? Did I want to do this? My daughter lost her ability to move at a young age because of her, but she didn't care and said it was a false alarm. Old Shao, can you really bear with it? Headmaster Chin finally exploded, and his eyes instantly turned red. She's a soldier. That's her mission. General Shao was so angry that his face turned red. In order to protect the lives and property of the people, even if she sacrificed her life, it would still be the glory of our family. Headmaster Chin was speechless by General Zhao's logic. After a long while, he choked and gritted his teeth. Yes, that's her mission. But if her mission is just a false alarm in the eyes of others, I'd rather not have this glory. Gu Nianji's rosy face gradually turned pale. Lu Jin's heart ached terribly. He wished he could tell Gu Nianji the truth. But he also knew the severity of the matter. There were some things that he couldn't say even if he was beaten to death. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Xiao Yi, then at Gu Nianji, and then at the Xiao couple who had already started arguing. He stood up from the sofa and reached out his hand to Gu Nianji. Nianji, come here. Gu Nianji walked over silently. Hua Xiaoheng held her hand and pulled it down slightly. Gu Nianji couldn't help but bow to Xiao Yi along with Hua Xiaoheng. Xiao Yi's face also turned pale. Hua Xiaoheng raised his head and said calmly, Xiao Yi, this bow is Nianji and I thanking you for saving her life. Nianji did find the best doctor to examine your injury. Yes, her biological father, Professor Lu Jin, is the best doctor. He's even better than Chen Lai. If you don't believe me, you can ask Chen Lai yourself. He nodded at General Shao and Headmaster Chin, who were stunned. Sorry to disturb you. Headmaster Chin, I can understand that as a mother, you feel sorry for your daughter. But as a soldier, I'm very disappointed in you. Goodbye. He took Gu Nianji's hand and turned to leave. Lu Jin was finally happy. He turned around and sneered at the Shao couple. You guys keep arguing. I've just changed my mind. I'll reconsider whether to treat your daughter. He turned to Xiao Yi and saw that she was staring unblinkingly in the direction Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji had disappeared in. Lu Jin felt a little uncomfortable and looked very unhappy. Hua Guanchen finally stood up and said with a smile, Old Xiao, don't be angry. I understand how you feel. Actually, I've always thought highly of Xiao Yi. I used to think that she and Xiaoheng would be a couple. Lu Jin hadn't even reached the door when Hua Guanchen said such words in front of him. He couldn't help but be furious. This was the first watch of the day, chapter 1988, changed my mind. Today was the second watch, 8:00 in the evening. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2000. General Shao waved his hand awkwardly and told Hua Guanchen to stop talking. Headmaster Chen's tears flowed even faster. He hurriedly turned around and stamped the back of his hand. A trace of confusion and absent-mindedness flashed through Xiao Ye's eyes, but before she could react, Lu Jin had already walked back from the door. He did not hide his displeasure as he looked at Hua Guanchen and said bluntly, So you also look down on my daughter? Not good enough for your son. All right, it's simple. I don't like your son anyway. Let's make the decision for the children. How about breaking off the engagement today? We'll see if it's you who doesn't want my daughter to be your daughter-in-law, or your son who doesn't want you as his father. Hua Guanchen was taken aback. He thought to himself that this person was really not presentable. How could he be so dumb? How could he dare to make decisions for Hua Xiaoheng? But on the surface, he said calmly, Professor Liu, don't misunderstand. I'm talking about the past. Are you talking about the past? But if you say it in front of me, you're talking about now. As a senior patient with severe interpersonal disorder, this little bit of drizzle was nothing to Lu Jin. He was a person who could disregard all dignity when he was angry. Don't be unreasonable. Huo Guanchen frowned. This is someone else's house. What's wrong with other people's families? You think you can be unreasonable in someone else's house? You dare to step on my girl in front of someone else's house? Let me tell you, you didn't step on a rock today, you stepped on a bomb. Lu Jin was aggressive. Just like how Headmaster Chin had disregarded everything and scolded him for his daughter's injury, Lu Jin was also going all out for his daughter. He pointed at Huo Guanchen and said seriously to General Xiao and Headmaster Chin, don't think that being favored by him is something to be proud of. I'm telling you, there's something wrong with his taste. When his ex-wife was seriously ill, he didn't take good care of her and divorced her. He got together with that Bai Muchuan. They were boyfriend and girlfriend for many years and even got engaged. But what happened after that? I heard that this Bai guy killed someone and was sentenced to death and locked up in prison. Then, he liked your ex-Prime Minister Do's eldest daughter and felt that she was a good match for his precious son. I heard that she was also imprisoned for leaking important national secrets. Also, he thought highly of the former Prime Minister Tan's daughter and felt that she was a good match for his son, but what happened in the end? Where did the girl go? Did he disappear without a trace? Now, he thinks highly of your daughter. I don't think you should be happy or secretly delighted. You should immediately draw a line with him and not let him think highly of you. Lu Jin had been here for more than a month, so he knew everything that Lu Yuan knew about the Huo family. However, he paid more attention to matters related to his daughter and was already full of complaints about Huo Guanchen. Huo Guanchen's face darkened as he yelled, Mr. Liu. Don't go too far. That's too much. Lu Jin pointed at himself and said frankly, you haven't seen me when I'm too much. You think you're so great just because you're an admiral. My girl's family background is ordinary, so you can ignore her, my dignity, and my feelings and speak nonsense. Lu Jin sneered. In the other world, he was the only one who disliked others. This was the first time he was scolded by someone else. Even General He Qingjian, who was so domineering and arrogant and had set up an inescapable net to chase after him, had never been so disgusted by him other than daring to call him a lunatic. Huo Guanchen, are you still a man? If you don't like my girl, just say so. Pulling others to gossip in a roundabout way, are you worthy of the rank of general? I think you've entered the wrong profession. You're clearly a general among the women, a marshal among the men of all religions. Huo Guanchen had always thought that he had good self-restraint. After all, how could a person who worked in politics carry out his work if he exploded with just one word? But today, facing Lu Jin, he found himself so angry that he was about to stomp his feet. The veins on his forehead bulged again and again, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. If it weren't for the fact that so many people were watching, he would have thrown a punch. His personal secretary saw that the situation was not looking good and quickly tried to smooth things over. Professor Liu, please be careful with your words. Our chief is expressing his gratitude on behalf of Miss Nianji. Please don't overinterpret it. Is that how you express your gratitude? I don't read much and have never seen the world. Don't lie to me. Lu Jin rolled his eyes. But I don't blame you. It's been hard on you to follow such an unreliable boss and rack your brains to clear his name. Huo Guanchen's personal secretary was stumped by Lu Jin's words and shut up in embarrassment. Forget it, forget it. It was better for them not to get involved in a fight between immortals. Huo Guanchen glared at his personal secretary and turned to Lu Jin with a sneer. If you have a problem with me, let's talk about it at home. Why do you have to embarrass yourself in someone else's house? Oh, you still know the word embarrass. What? You're scolding my girl in front of me. Haven't you ever thought about the word embarrass? It had been a long time since Lu Jin had fought someone to his heart's content. He instantly felt that it was better to be a patient with severe interpersonal disorder. With your taste, you're only fit to be with Gua Huaning, that despicable person. No wonder you took her in and provided food and shelter. Hurry up, I advise you not to continue fooling around with each other, sending food and writing letters. If you like her, then immediately bury her so that she won't come out and harm others again. Lu Jin hoped that Hu Guanchen would get together with Gua Huaning as soon as possible. That way, Lu Yuan would have a legitimate reason to marry Song Jining immediately. Xiao Ye's mother, Headmaster Qin, was very disdainful when she saw the two of them arguing. She said softly, "If you two have something to do, I won't keep you here." She was asking them to leave. Lu Jin was in for a penny. Since Gu Nianji wasn't in front of him, he could do whatever he wanted. He immediately turned around and pointed at Headmaster Qin with a sneer. "And you? I've tolerated you for a long time today. I understand that you're sad that your daughter was injured, but if you vent your anger on someone else, or on the victim, are you worthy of your military uniform? Do you have to see my girl die or cripple before you feel that your daughter's sacrifice is worth it? Do you want to give you a gun and shoot my girl a few times? Only when she's crippled for life will you be able to calm down. What the hell are you talking about? Let me tell you, I could have really recovered your daughter, but because of you, your daughter can only become an ordinary person at most. It's impossible for her to have the skills and agility she used to have." Xiao Yi suddenly raised her head. The trace of confusion and absent-mindedness in her eyes quickly faded. She said in a trembling voice, "Can you really recover me? Can I really return to the same state as before I was injured? It's too late. Let me tell you, I know best what it means not to speak carelessly. Words that have been spoken are like water that has been poured out. Do you understand?" Lu Jin spoke bluntly to Xiao Yi. Gu Nianji wasn't in front of him, so he didn't want to restrain his temper and emotions at all. At most, he would go back and say that he had forgotten to take his medicine when he was sick. This was today's second update, Chapter 1989, Stepped on Dynamite. There were 2 updates today. Moi, Big Shots, Little Angels. Chapter 2001. However, Xiao Yi didn't care about Lu Jin's words at all. She just persistently asked, "Can I really recover? You haven't even checked my injuries. I used to be very good at fighting." From an outstanding field agent who was agile enough to become a team leader in the Russian KGB's operation team, to a paralyzed patient who had almost no ability to move, the psychological pressure that Xiao Yi had endured over the past year was more painful than the physical disability she had suffered. When she first heard that someone could recover her, she could hardly believe her ears. Lu Jin pursed his lips and said disapprovingly, "If you don't believe me, forget it. I have no obligation to make you believe me." As he spoke, he turned around and waved his hand as he left. Looking at Lu Jin's tall, thin, and elegant back, a glimmer of hope flashed across Xiao Ye's eyes. Perhaps she should give it a try and give herself a chance. Xiao Ye's mother, Headmaster Qin, was very dissatisfied with Lu Jin's careless manner. She had been scolded by Lu Jin just now, so she couldn't take it off her face. She sneered and said, "Xiao Yi, don't listen to that person's boasting. If he really has the ability, and you saved his daughter, wouldn't he take the initiative to treat you? He hasn't even checked your injury yet, and he's already boasting, and then he refuses to treat you. Do you believe such a person?" General Xiao looked at his daughter carefully and didn't miss the sudden light in her eyes. Regardless of whether Lu Jin had the ability or not, he had to at least give it a try to know. Because his words just now had obviously given Xiao Yi hope. General Xiao wasn't willing to dispel Xiao Ye's newly risen hope at all. He glared at Headmaster Chen sternly. That's enough. Is your face more important, or is your daughter's lifelong happiness more important? If you don't believe him, he's not even willing to treat your daughter. Old Xiao, what are you saying? Headmaster Chen's face turned red from his words. She was even more embarrassed and angry in front of Hu Guanchen. She also hated General Xiao for being so stubborn that he didn't understand the true meaning of her words in front of Hu Guanchen. How could I value my own face more than my daughter's lifelong happiness? Headmaster Chen cried again. But even Chen Lai said there's nothing he can do. Do you believe Chen Lai or that impolite stranger just now? Chen Lai was the youngest chief physician in the Huaxia Imperial Military General Hospital. He was also the most skilled doctor and was known as the National Miracle Doctor. Even he was helpless against Xiao Ye's injury. He could only guarantee that he would try his best to help her stand up, but it was impossible for her to move like an ordinary person. She might have to rely on crutches for the rest of her life. They weren't familiar with Lu Jin. His words were too unbelievable, and Headmaster Chen didn't believe them at all. General Xiao didn't believe it either, but he didn't want to disappoint his daughter again. General Hua, are you familiar with Professor Lu? General Xiao asked Hu Guanchen for help. Are his medical skills really that good? Hu Guanchen recalled the information he had gathered and shook his head regretfully. Old Xiao, it's not that I want to discourage you, but this person is actually just an ordinary scientist who just returned to the country a month ago. President Chen hurriedly said, You won't listen to me, but won't you listen to General Hua? If he really has the ability, I can even kowtow to him. But if he really has the ability, who doesn't know how to talk big? Xiao Yi gritted her teeth and said, But Major General Hua just said that this person's medical skills are even better than my cousin's. I have to ask my cousin. As she spoke, she asked her rehabilitation nurse to bring her phone and dialed Chen Lai's number. Chen Lai happened to be performing surgery and didn't answer the phone, so she had to leave a message. Hu Guanchen took his leave and said, Don't worry. I'll ask someone I know and see if I can help you find another good doctor. Then I'll have to trouble you. Headmaster Chen wiped his tears and enthusiastically sent him out. He said, Our Xiao Yi has followed Major General Hua through life and death for so many years. Major General Hua knows how many contributions she has made. Now that Xiao Yi is injured like this, I know it's a mission. She had to do it, but the person she saved looks fine. I just don't like it. I know. Don't worry, Headmaster Chen. The organization will definitely consider Comrade Xiao Ye's contributions and give her the best arrangement. Hu Guanchen left the Xiao family and sat back in his car. He thought for a while and said to his personal secretary, Call Miss Gua. I have something to ask her. His personal secretary quickly called Gua Huining. Gua Huining was in a taxi and hadn't returned to Hu Guanchen's private house in the West Mountains. Seeing that it was Hu Guanchen's personal secretary calling, Gua Huining quickly answered the call and asked, Hello, is this General Hua? Hu Guanchen's personal secretary replied, Yes, and praised her for being smart. Gua Huining pursed her lips and smiled. Hu Guanchen took the phone and asked in a deep voice, Miss Gua, is the doctor you introduced to my father still in Huaxia Empire? Gua Huining quickly said, He just returned to the United States a while ago. What's wrong? Are you still looking for him? I want to ask him if he knows how to perform recovery surgery for gunshot wounds, Hu Guanchen said bluntly. They were soldiers, and it was common for soldiers to suffer gunshot wounds. What kind of gunshot wound? Gua Huining asked curiously. Can you tell me in more detail? I can ask him. Actually, she had to contact Dr. Tony through Do Ayin. She didn't have Dr. Tony's contact information herself. Hu Guanchen thought for a moment and called General Xiao again. He asked him to erase Xiao Ye's name and other personal information from her medical record and send it to his phone. General Xiao knew that Hu Guanchen was helping them find a doctor, so he was very grateful. He quickly followed his request and sent Hu Guanchen the medical record with his personal information erased. Hu Guanchen forwarded it to Guo Huining. Guo Huining couldn't understand the medical record, but she agreed to help him ask Dr. Tony. Hu Guanchen actually didn't know a better doctor than Chen Lai, except for Dr. Tony, who had performed brain surgery on his father a month ago. In his opinion, this person's medical skills did seem to be slightly better than Chen Lai's. After all, Chen Lai hadn't been able to wake his father up, but Dr. Tony had. Guo Huining received Xiao Ye's medical record and injury report and immediately contacted Dou Ayin. Dou Ayin knew that it was Hu Guanchen's request, so she immediately said, "No problem, I'll send it to Dr. Tony right away." It was late at night in the imperial capital, but it was noon in the United States. Dr. Tony, who was eating his working lunch in his office, received a medical record and injury report from the Huaxia Empire. He looked at it carefully for an hour, then called Dou Ayin and said, "This injury is too serious, and it's already been a year. Even if I perform the surgery, I won't be able to recover. She can only slowly recover. In 2 years, it'll be good enough if she can stand up and walk." Dou Ayin was a little disappointed. "Is there really no other way? If you can perform the surgery on this person, we'll be even more confident." "If I could do it, would I not?" Tony said indifferently. "I really can't do it." "But how did you wake up that vegetative person?" Dou Ayin asked unwillingly. "That's two different things." Dr. Tony looked at the medical record on the computer. "Vegetative surgery is actually much simpler. You only need to operate on a specific area of the brain. But with this kind of injury, her limbs have suffered a devastating physical blow. After another year, even the gods won't be able to recover her." "Is it more difficult than brain surgery?" "It's not more difficult, it's more difficult." Dr. Tony was a little impatient. "Do you know how many nerves we have to connect if we want to completely recover? Do you know how many growth hormones are needed to recover muscles and bones? If you don't even know, why are you telling me what to do?" Dr. Tony hung up the phone with Dou Ayin. Dou Ayin's face was red from his rebuke, and her attitude towards Guo Huining was also bad. She sputtered to Guo Huining, "Stop dreaming. Such a serious injury, and it's been so long. If you want to recover, just go straight to the gods." Guo Huining was also unwilling. After asking again and again, she realized that it was indeed impossible. Normal surgeries could not significantly change the patient's condition. Hence, it was reasonable that Dr. Tony was unwilling to intervene. After working for an hour, there was no result. Guo Huining was a little embarrassed, but she immediately called Hu Guanchen and said, "General Hua, after the doctor who performed the surgery looked at the medical record, he said that there's no way to recover. At most, she can only stand up and walk after 2 years of rehabilitation." It was similar to what Chen Lai had said. Hu Guanchen also believed that Lu Jin was bragging. "Okay, thank you, Miss Guo. It's already so late, yet you're still running around for our matter." "It's okay. I'm happy to be able to serve you," Guo Huining said meaningfully. Hu Guanchen smiled noncommittally and hung up on Guo Huining. Then, he called General Xiao. When General Xiao found out that Hu Guanchen was also helpless, he sighed heavily and planned to find an opportunity to visit Professor Lu Jin personally tomorrow. When Lu Jin returned to the car, his expression didn't change. Gu Nianji didn't know what had happened. Hu Xiaoheng didn't bring any guards or personal secretaries with him to the Xiao family that night, so he didn't know that after he and Gu Nianji left first, Lu Jin had taken advantage of the time difference and went on a rampage. Lu Jin didn't say anything along the way. When he returned to Song Jinning's apartment, he saw Lu Yuan sitting on the sofa in the living room reading the newspaper. His eyebrows twitched slightly and he suddenly asked, "Boss Lu, if I were to run for prime minister, do you think I would have any hope? Even Lu Yuan, who had always been calm and collected, was shocked. What did you say? Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng couldn't help looking over. Lu Jin shrugged. What are you looking at? Can't I run for prime minister? Gu Nianji came back to her senses and immediately said, It's not that you can't, you definitely can't. Why can't I? What's wrong with me? Lu Jin looked at himself. Do you want to change your clothes? Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead. Dad, you're a patient with interpersonal disorder. Your EQ is 0. Don't discriminate against people with interpersonal disorder. Lu Jin shook his finger seriously. Besides, the current president of the United States doesn't have EQ, but it doesn't matter if he's elected president of the United States or even re-elected. Why can't I be the prime minister? This was the first update of the day, chapter 1990, The Heart of a Parent. Today was the second update, 8:00 at night. P.S. Thank you to Momo Moshi for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2002. Gu Nianji didn't understand why Lu Jin suddenly wanted to elect the prime minister after a visit to Xiao Ye's house. She took a deep breath and tried to reason with Lu Jin patiently. Dad, think about it carefully. If you really want to run, you can't just have IQ and EQ. You have to think about it. What right do the voters have to vote for you? What do you have to impress the voters? National development plans, social welfare benefits, economic principles. Before Gu Nianji could finish, Lu Jin suddenly said, I checked the data a few days ago. There are currently 114 million people with diabetes in Huaxia. Including their relatives and friends, it can be multiplied by at least 4. That's 450 million. Gu Nianji, what does diabetes patients and their relatives and friends have to do with your campaign? Gu Nianji felt that she wasn't stupid, but she still couldn't keep up with Lu Jin's pace. Lu Jin looked up at her and said confidently, If I said that whoever voted for me would be cured of diabetes and wouldn't have to continue injecting insulin for the rest of their lives, would they vote for me? Gu Nianji's knees instantly went weak and she wanted to kneel down. Dad, I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your decision. Lu Yuan understood now. He put down the newspaper with a smile and stood up. Professor Lu, what happened to you just now? Can't you just be a great scientist who invented things? Who would dare to make you angry? Lu Jin didn't realize it and said angrily, Who else? If you look down on me for not being the prime minister, you look down on my girl. Isn't it just a lousy prime minister? Who wouldn't be elected? Hu Xiaoheng immediately reacted. Did General Hu give you a hard time just now? Other than Hu Guanchen, he couldn't think of anyone who looked down on Gu Nianji because her father wasn't the prime minister. Lu Yuan sighed softly and walked over to pat Lu Jin on the shoulder. I get it. You don't want others to look down on Nianji because of her family background, right? Gu Nianji had always been eloquent, but at this moment, she was speechless. His heart felt warm. It should be very warm and touching, but there was a sour feeling. He wanted to cry, but it was not a cry of sadness, but a cry of contentment. Lu Ji nodded sullenly and said bluntly, I don't think it's that difficult to run for office. The main thing is that this will be the fastest way to raise my status and shut up the person who likes the Prime Minister's daughter as his daughter-in-law. Lu Yuan gave Hu Xiaoheng a look. Hu Xiaoheng walked over calmly and said sincerely to Lu Jin, Dad, you have a much higher status than the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister had to run for office, and there were term limits. Your knowledge and abilities are priceless. I am proud to have a father-in-law like you. I don't need the Prime Minister's daughter, nor do I like the Prime Minister's daughter. He turned around to look at Gu Nianji, who was still in the middle of the room. He smiled and said, I love Nianji, and it has nothing to do with her family background. I love her as a person, not her family and friends and social connections. This was the first time Hua Xiaoheng had confessed his feelings for Gu Nianji in front of Lu Jin. Lu Jin nodded and said matter-of-factly, "Of course my girl is the best. I know it myself. However, can you really persevere forever? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Won't you regret it in the future? Won't you think it's more helpful to find a wife with a good family background?" Although Lu Jin didn't care about this, he wasn't a person who was isolated from the world. He saw everything that happened to other people. Just because he didn't care didn't mean that others didn't care. Moreover, when it came to his own daughter, he couldn't help but care. Gu Nianji's entire heart was about to melt. She quietly walked over and held Lu Jin's hand. She looked up at him and said admiringly, "Dad, you don't have to be like this. If you're the kind of person who likes to be in the limelight, I don't object to you running for office. Just treat it as a game. But your nature isn't like this. I know you only like to study and do experiments on your own." Lu Jin nodded honestly and said, "I don't like that kind of election. One by one, they stand in front of the public like idiots. They either prove that they're stupider than others or worse than others. But if this can shut that Hua guy up, I don't mind choosing a prime minister to slap his face." The two Huas in the room shut up at the same time. Gu Nianji pursed her lips into a smile and said, "Dad, you really don't have to be like this. Don't forget, Major General Hua and I are already married. To be honest, even if you weren't by my side, no one would be able to bully me, because I could protect myself." She now had the ability and qualifications to establish herself. Was the chief legal counsel of the House of Lords just a decoration? Lu Yuan also joked, "Professor Lu, you're really thinking too much. Would Nianji, who grew up with Xiaoheng, be scared by a few ignorant elders using family background and filial piety? That's not looking down on our Nianji, it's looking down on Xiaoheng. Your son-in-law will teach them a lesson." Hua Xiaoheng said with a serious expression, "That's what President Lu said. Those who look down on Nianji are looking down on my taste. Those who look down on Nianji and me have all paid a heavy price. No one is an exception." The assurance, coupled with Gu Nianji's constant coquettish teasing, finally dispelled Lu Jin's idea of choosing the prime minister. They weren't worried that he wouldn't be chosen, but worried about what they would do if he was chosen. That was the most deadly thing. It was already late at night by the time this matter was settled. Everyone was in a good mood, so they chatted and laughed as they went back to their room to sleep. However, early the next morning, Gu Nianji, Hua Xiaoheng, and Lu Yuan realized that they had been happy too early last night. When General Xiao knocked on the door with a generous gift, Gu Nianji had yet to get up. Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng had just set breakfast on the dining table when Lu Jin went to Gu Nianji's room to wake her up. When he passed by the living room, he heard the doorbell ring. He turned on the intercom in the room to take a look. Seeing that it was General Xiao and Xiao Yi in a wheelchair, Lu Jin turned off the intercom expressionlessly and disabled the doorbell system at home. That way, he wouldn't hear anyone knocking on the door. Lu Jin was elated. He felt that he was both quick-witted and cunning. He couldn't help but praise himself. Gu Nianji was woken up by Lu Jin. She sat up from the bed and her hair was disheveled. "Dad! Can't I just sleep for a while longer?" "Don't sleep. In order to comfort your father, Boss Lu specially made donuts for breakfast this morning, which he rarely makes. Donuts made by Boss Lu. It's not as sweet as the ones sold outside at all. It's crispy and smooth, and melts in your mouth." Lu Jin swallowed and continued, "It's best to eat it while it's hot." With the delicious food in front of her, Gu Nianji's anger dissipated a little. She slowly pushed the blanket away and got out of bed. "Dad, you better not be exaggerating. Otherwise, I'll let you eat it alone." I'll eat it. You make it sound like I've never eaten it before. Lu Jin smiled and patted her head. I'll go out first. When he came out of Gu Nianji's bedroom, he happened to see Lu Yuan coming out of the dining room and walking towards the door. Boss Lu, where are you going? Lu Jin thought that Lu Yuan was going out early in the morning. Are you going to deliver breakfast to Director Song again? You're not allowed to deliver donuts. I'm telling you. Lu Yuan looked at his phone and said in confusion, Jining just sent me a message saying that 2 guests had come to visit. She gave them the address, but they said that there was no one in the house. She asked what was going on. Lu Jin blinked and thought to himself that it was not good. He should hurry back to his room and take his medicine. This was the second update of the day, chapter 1991, My knees are weak, I want to kneel. There were 2 updates today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2003. Lu Jin quickly slipped back to his room and locked the door. Lu Yuan came to the door and wanted to look at the intercom in the room. He realized that it was no longer working, and so was the doorbell system. He immediately understood and looked in the direction of Lu Jin's room. He then opened the door and nodded at the 2 people at the door. He said gently, Hello, are you General Xiao and Miss Xiao Yi? General Xiao suddenly saw Lu Yuan and felt that he looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Xiao Yi sat quietly in her wheelchair and nodded at Lu Yuan. She said politely, I'm Xiao Yi. Are you Mr. Lu Yuan? Director Song said you were at home. Lu Yuan smiled and let them in. He said, I was in the kitchen just now and didn't hear the doorbell. I'm sorry. General Xiao came back to her senses and quickly said, It's okay, it's okay. We were too presumptuous. I'm really sorry to disturb you. Gu Nianji was in her bedroom when she heard outsiders talking in the living room. She curiously poked her head out to take a look. The father and daughter sitting in the middle of the living room were General Xiao and Xiao Yi. Gu Nianji knew what was going on. She quickly changed her clothes and went to the bathroom to wash her face and comb her hair. She came out and said, Hey, why is Sister Xiao Yi here so early? Have you had breakfast? President Lu made delicious donuts. If you haven't eaten them, come and have some with us. When Xiao Yi saw Gu Nianji, her hands involuntarily gripped the blanket covering her legs. She said nervously, Nianji, I'm here today to apologize to you. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng heard the noise outside from the dining room. He wanted to come over and say hello, but when he heard Xiao Ye's words, he stopped in his tracks. She quickly scanned the living room, then looked elsewhere, but didn't see Lu Jin. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. He wasn't in a hurry to go out. He carefully thought about Lu Jin's words and actions after he came back last night. He concluded that after he and Gu Nianji went out last night, Lu Jin had probably had a conflict with his father, Hu Guanchen. Xiao Yi had said that she wanted to apologize the moment she saw Gu Nianji. It was very likely that Lu Jin and the Xiao family had a feud again. He quietly took out his phone and dialed Hu Guanchen's number. As she waited for Hu Guanchen to answer the phone, she thought that Lu Jin's reputation as a patient with severe interpersonal disorder was not in vain. He could clash with 2 families the moment he met. Hu Guanchen had just woken up when he heard his personal phone ring. He quickly grabbed it to check. The people who knew his number were all very close family members, friends, and subordinates. The name that appeared on the phone was Xiaoheng. Hu Guanchen was overjoyed and quickly answered the call. He smiled and asked, Xiaoheng, why are you calling me so early in the morning? In his memory, the number of times Hu Xiaoheng had called him could be counted on 5 fingers. Hu Xiaoheng asked directly, General Hu, after we left yesterday, did you and the Xiao family have a conflict with Professor Lu? Hu Guanchen was stunned for a moment, and he despised Lu Jin even more. Not only did this person not understand the ways of the world, but he also liked to snitch on others behind their backs. His expression darkened, and he said unhappily, "You called so early in the morning to seek justice for your father-in-law." "Yes, we did talk a little yesterday, but your father-in-law is amazing. He scolded the heavens and the earth. It's fine if he scolded me, but he actually scolded President Qin until he was embarrassed." Xiao Yi almost died for Ninji. What's wrong with President Qin saying a few words? As for getting him to lose his temper in front of her. President Qin is already decades old, but he's been scolded like a grandson by him. Hu Xiaoheng calmly listened to Hu Guangqin's complaints and continued to ask, "What conflict did Professor Lu have with you yesterday? Can you tell me in detail?" Hu Guangqin stood up unnaturally and said, "I just said a few words," and he jumped into a rage. "What exactly did he say? Who said it? Under what conditions? Can you tell me clearly?" Hu Xiaoheng was relentless. "You're interrogating a criminal." Hu Guangqin was furious and hung up the phone. He was also a little guilty, because the main reason why Lu Jin had flown into a rage yesterday was because he had said that he thought highly of Xiao Yi and had once thought of letting Xiao Yi and Hu Xiaoheng be together. He didn't like Lu Jin. It was fine if it was Gu Nianji. He was indeed capable, but if she also had a family background, wouldn't that be the icing on the cake? Hu Guangqin also knew that it was impossible to separate Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng, so he was even more indignant. He had taken advantage of them with his words to balance himself. Now that Lu Jin had complained, Hu Guangqin was both embarrassed and annoyed with Lu Jin. Hu Xiaoheng looked at his phone. He was completely sure that something had happened yesterday, and that Hu Guangqin was the one who had started it. No wonder Lu Jin had been strangely quiet after he came out, and then he had the wild idea of electing the prime minister. It seemed like it was all his father's fault. He just didn't know what was going on with the Xiao family. After Hu Xiaoheng figured it out, he came out of the dining room. At this moment, Gu Nianji was already sitting next to Xiao Yi. She asked in confusion, "Sister Xiao Yi, why are you apologizing to me? I should be the one thanking you." Xiao Yi was slightly surprised. Did Gu Nianji not know what her father had said? While she was hesitating, General Xiao said bluntly, "It's like this. After you left yesterday, Xiao Ye's mother complained because she was in a bad mood. She was indeed rude and shouldn't have said that. We completely accept Professor Lu's words. Today, we specially came to apologize to Miss Gu and Professor Lu." Xiao Yi nodded. "Where's Professor Lu? I want to apologize to him personally." In a flash, Gu Nianji understood. Just like Hu Xiaoheng, she had also thought of Lu Jin's strange behavior last night. Now, just like Hu Xiaoheng, she quickly scanned the room. As expected, he had hidden somewhere. She was angry, amused, and a little confused. However, she still said calmly, "What are you talking about, Sister Xiao Yi? Did you really offend my father? But if you want to apologize, why didn't you apologize last night? Why did you wait until now to apologize?" Although Lu Jin didn't go out, he was still very concerned about the movements in the living room. However, he had disabled the internal communication system in the apartment, so he couldn't even use the surveillance cameras. Therefore, he took out a homemade device and stuck it on the door so that he could clearly hear the voices in the living room. When he heard that not only was Gu Nianji not angry with him, but she also wondered why the Xiao family didn't apologize in person last night, Lu Jin finally felt relieved. He thought happily, "She's my girl after all. Her elbows are straight, and she doesn't turn on the outside at all." Relieved, he wasn't so nervous anymore. He quietly opened the door and looked in the direction of the living room with his homemade glasses through the crack of the door. Xiao Yi was a little embarrassed when she heard Gu Nianji's words. She hesitated for a moment and said humbly, "We were wrong. We should have apologized in person yesterday, but Professor Lu left in a hurry, Oh, really? Then may I ask how your mother offended my father? Gu Nianji was even more curious and deliberately said, no wonder my father was so angry when he came back yesterday. Lu Jin heard it in his room and thought in confusion. How was I angry after I came back? I've been performing very well. Xiao Yi wasn't wary of Gu Nianji getting to the bottom of it. From what she said, it seemed like Lu Jin hadn't said anything since he came back. She felt even more embarrassed. While she was hesitating, General Xiao said sincerely, Miss Gu, Xiao Ye's mother was upset last night and vented her anger on your father. Gu Nianji immediately interrupted him and said with a smile, General Xiao, Sister Xiao Yi, I thought the greatest sincerity in an apology was honesty. You're hesitating, so it's really hard for me to tell if you want to apologize or if you're here to complain. No. We're not here to complain. General Xiao was anxious. It would be better if he didn't hear Gu Nianji. Although he knew what Gu Nianji meant, he was worried that Gu Nianji would misunderstand. That would make it even more difficult for him to ask Lu Jin to operate on Xiao Yi. Sweat quickly broke out on his forehead, but he didn't bother to wipe it off. He said in one breath, it's because Miss Gu, you were too casual yesterday. Xiao Ye's mother felt sorry for her, so it was inevitable that her words were harsh. Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Did she say it again after we left? General Xiao quickly waved his hand and said, No. That's what you said when you were still around. Then why did you apologize to my father? Gu Nianji pressed on, and her face became paler and paler. I don't understand this logic. I hadn't left yet when Sister Xiao Ye's mother, Principal Qin, said those words. But for Sister Xiao Ye's sake, I didn't argue with Principal Qin. What did you say after that to make my father angry? General Xiao and Xiao Yi looked at each other and felt that it was difficult for them to resist Gu Nianji's question. Gu Nianji looked at them and became even more unhappy. She said lightly, besides, even if it's because of what Principal Qin said yesterday, Principal Qin should be the one apologizing. How could it be General Xiao and Sister Xiao Yi? Also, why didn't you apologize to me, but to my father? What are you still hiding? Lu Jin was overjoyed when he heard this. Not only did his daughter not blame him for talking nonsense outside, but she was also always thinking of him. She insisted that someone else had offended him and even wanted the culprit to apologize personally. Lu Jin couldn't help but shed fatherly tears. He pushed the door open and strode out. He said excitedly, That's right. What are you still hiding? Coming to my house to apologize is an ulterior motive. When he finally saw Lu Jin come out, General Xiao immediately said anxiously, Professor Lu, I apologize to you on behalf of Xiao Ye's mother. I also want to ask, is it really possible for Xiao Ye's injuries to recover to how they were before they were injured? Lu Jin immediately stopped in his tracks and glanced at Gu Nianji guiltily. His medical skills were too advanced for this world. Gu Nianji, Hu Xiaoheng, and Lu Yuan had all advised him not to be too high profile. He had to try his best to keep up with the times. He just had to be a little ahead of them. However, he had been so angry yesterday that he had almost revealed his background. He had indeed been very unsteady. However, before Lu Jin could think of a way to answer General Xiao, Gu Nianji had already slowly stood up and said, So you two aren't here to apologize, but to seek medical treatment. Actually, why do you have to do this? Sister Xiao Yi saved my life. Even if you didn't say anything, I would have thought of a way to find someone to treat you. Xiao Yi knew that Gu Nianji was unhappy. She was ashamed and sad. She said in a low voice, Nianji, it's right for me to save you, but it's a favor for you to help me. I understand that. It's all my fault. I've been too depressed this year, and my emotions have affected my family. My mother wasn't such a person. She was too worried about me. As a daughter, it was only right for her to protect her mother. Gu Nianji wouldn't say that Xiao Yi had done something wrong. However, she also had a father, and she had to protect her father. Gu Nianji could ignore her own affairs, but she was very sensitive about her father's affairs. You could look down on her, but if you dared to look down on Lu Jin, Gu Nianji would fight with her life on the line. Gu Nianji walked over and held Lu Jin's hand. She said seriously to General Xiao and Xiao Yi, "General Xiao, Sister Xiao Yi, my father is a scientist. He's not good at interpersonal relationships, and he's not very good at talking. He's good, soft-hearted, and kind, so people always bully him. If anyone offends my father, they offend me, and it's even more serious than offending me. So if you want my father to treat you, let your mother apologize to my father first." General Xiao, Xiao Yi, not very good at talking. Then who was the person who had fought with words and killed everyone at their house yesterday? Not only did he embarrass Headmaster Qin, but even his future in-law, Hu Guanchen, had been humiliated by him. Hu Xiaoheng, Lu Yuan, good, soft-hearted, and kind. He didn't expect Gu Nianji to be Lu Jin's biggest fan. Look at how thick this fan filter was. Even Lu Yuan, who had always been protecting Lu Jin, couldn't stand it anymore. He tried to smooth things over. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Come, sit down and talk. Just talk about it. Lu Jin was overwhelmed by the joy of Gu Nianji's indiscriminate shielding. He said without hesitation, "Of course it's not a misunderstanding. That Headmaster Qin is just being sarcastic and echoing Hu Guanchen. Hu Guanchen feels that Nianji isn't good enough for his son. He even said that he used to think highly of Xiao Yi and wanted the two of them to be together. And he said it in front of me. How can I tolerate you saying such things? If I tolerate this, my daughter will be looked down upon by Hu Guanchen for the rest of her life. And her mother." Lu Jin pointed at Xiao Yi, who was becoming more and more embarrassed. Her mother obviously wants the whole family to feel that they owe their family. It's best if my daughter takes the initiative to withdraw and make room for her daughter. Xiao Yi's face turned pale, but she still firmly denied it. "Professor Lu, my mother didn't mean that." General Xiao knew what Headmaster Qin was thinking. Although he didn't agree with it, now that it had been clearly stated, he still denied it. "Professor Lu, you're really thinking too much. Although General Hu said those words, our family doesn't have such intentions." "You really didn't." Lu Jin looked at Xiao Yi without hesitation and said, "If you swear that you won't steal my girl's man now and in the future, I'll treat you. I'll say the ugly words first. If you go back on your word after you're cured, I'll make you return to your current state in minutes. Don't blame me for being ruthless then." This was today's chapter, chapter 1992, Ruthless. Today's 2 chapters were combined into one, and tomorrow's 2 chapters would continue. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2004. Dad. I swear. Gu Nianji and Xiao Yi shouted almost at the same time. At the same time, Hu Xiaoheng, who was about to walk into the living room, stopped in his tracks. He didn't continue walking forward. Instead, he quietly took a step back and stood in the backlit hallway from the dining room to the living room. "Dad! How can you say that?" Although Gu Nianji would definitely protect Lu Jin, she was still dumbfounded when she heard Lu Jin say such words. Was his interpersonal disorder getting worse? Or did something else happen last night that she didn't know about? Xiao Yi had already raised her weak right arm and said in Gu Nianji's direction, "I swear. I will never steal any of Miss Gu Nianji's men, whether it's in the past, present, or future. I, Xiao Yi, will never get close to any man who is related to Miss Gu Nianji." Gu Nianji was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in, but looking at the nervous Lu Jin beside her, she felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. This person, who didn't care about the price of face, wasn't afraid of ridicule and embarrassment, and only cared about her. He truly loved her as much as his life. This kind of relationship was probably something only parents could do. Thinking about it from a different perspective, she wasn't embarrassed anymore. Gu Nianji gently held Lu Jin's arm and nodded at him. She smiled and said, "Dad, you don't have to do this. Are you looking down on your daughter's charm by doing this?" "Of course not." Lu Jin denied it. "You're my girl. You're the smartest and most beautiful girl in the world." "That's right. I'm the smartest and the most beautiful. How could I not like my man?" Gu Nianji narrowed her eyes and smiled. But what if? Lu Jin was a scientist and liked to exhaust all possibilities. He didn't want to leave any future trouble. He said with mixed emotions. "Some men like the new and hate the old." Gu Nianji snorted and said with a smile, "If that man likes the new and hates the old and gets snatched away by someone else, then it's because I have bad taste in men. And you should thank the woman who snatched him away. At least she helped me take away the trash. Otherwise, I would have to live with trash for the rest of my life without knowing it and think I found a treasure." Lu Jin frowned and thought about it. "That seems to make sense." "That's right." Gu Nianji patted Lu Jin on the shoulder in satisfaction. "I know you want to prepare for a rainy day and try to nip all possible bad things in the bud. But when it comes to relationships, you don't need to prepare for a rainy day." As Gu Nianji spoke, her gaze drifted to the hallway leading to the dining room. Although she couldn't see, Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng was definitely standing in the shadows. It was fine if he didn't come out, but if he did, Xiao Yi and General Xiao would be ashamed. Why don't relationships need to be prepared for a rainy day? Lu Jin couldn't understand. A scientist's way of thinking doesn't work when it comes to emotions. The smile on Gu Nianji's face grew wider. Under the crystal chandelier in the living room, her face seemed to glow. Her appearance was so radiant that it was impossible to look at her directly. Gu Nianji recalled all the bits and pieces of her life with Hu Xiaoheng and took a deep breath. Because feelings can't be planned or controlled. I don't want to restrict him. She rolled her eyes. Similarly, I don't want him to restrict me. Even if we're together, it doesn't mean we're bound to each other. We're independent individuals, and we don't rely on each other to exist. So if someone wants to snatch it, she won't be snatching it from me. Since it's not mine, then it has nothing to do with me whether she steals, snatches, or deceives me. You can't threaten Sister Xiao Yi with something that doesn't belong to me. Her words were logical enough. Lu Jin understood and nodded vigorously. Well said. That's right. My girl is so nice. There are so many people who like my girl. No matter how little. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Young master, he isn't suitable, so don't have any more ideas. Gu Nianji knew that he was her half-brother, but he still didn't take it seriously. Gu Nianji was also impressed by Lu Jin's linear thinking. General Xiao felt even more ashamed by Gu Nianji's words. He looked at Gu Nianji again and looked her up and down carefully. He sighed in his heart. He had to admit that Gu Nianji was more suitable for Hu Xiaoheng than his daughter, Xiao Yi. Not to mention anything else, this carefree bearing and quick-wittedness on the spot were better than most of the daughters of wealthy families. His daughter was inferior to Gu Nianji in every other aspect except for her ability to fight. Even her beautiful looks, which she used to be proud of, now seemed to be on par with Gu Nianji's. As for her family background, Hu Xiaoheng didn't even like the Prime Minister's daughter, let alone the daughter of a lieutenant general. Xiao Yi also felt ashamed by Gu Nianji's words. She pursed her lips and looked at Gu Nianji with a complicated expression. She said softly, Nyenji, although you're so much younger than me, you're much more mature than me when it comes to relationships. Gu Nyenji's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Xiao Yi really had extraordinary feelings for Hu Xiaoheng? His own father wasn't just making things up out of nothing. If that was true, then she had really wronged Lu Jin just now. Gu Nianji blinked. Her fine, thick, black eyelashes fluttered in the air like butterfly wings. It's not illegal to like someone, but this kind of like can't compare to my love for myself. Xiao Yi was going all out. She knew that it was useless to hide it in front of smart people like Gu Nianji and Lu Jin. It would only make them feel bad about her. For a smart person, the most important quality was honesty. It was only after she knew that she could fully recover that she realized that what she really valued was not an illusory secret love for a man, but her own integrity. Lu Jin had an "I knew it" look on his face. He chuckled and said, "Then can you really guarantee that if I let you recover, you won't be greedy and insatiable?" Xiao Yi didn't answer directly. Instead, she said in a low voice, "I didn't do anything when I was intact. Later, I was beaten until I was crippled, so I couldn't control myself. When people were in pain, they were more fragile than usual, and they would have a lot of ideas. I know that's wrong, and I didn't really want to do anything. Your words have only helped me understand my own feelings." She just wanted to return to her job. She realized that her desire for work was far greater than her desire to be married to a man. Lu Jin nodded. "But I'll still say this. If you regret it one day, I have medicine for regret here. I guarantee that you'll recover to your current state after taking it." Xiao Yi, Lu Yuan had been standing behind Lu Jin with a faint smile on his face. When he saw that Lu Yuan was about to agree to operate on someone with a few words, he said, "General Xiao, Miss Xiao Yi, don't worry. Shouldn't you discuss such a big thing with President Qin before you do it? President Qin has always been biased against Professor Lu. If something goes wrong with the surgery, you won't blame Professor Lu, but President Qin might." General Xiao and Xiao Yi understood what Lu Yuan was trying to say. Both of them blushed. General Xiao said seriously, "I know. Old Chen went too far yesterday. I'll go back and have a good talk with her today." Xiao Yi also nodded vigorously. "My mother was too anxious about my injury." If she knew, Lu Yuan interrupted her and said gently, "Miss Xiao Yi, even if Professor Lu can't perform the surgery on you, your mother still owes Professor Lu and our Nianji an apology. These are two different things. Won't you apologize if you don't perform the surgery?" Xiao Yi lowered her head and said in a low voice, "My mother is a very prideful person. I'll try my best to convince her. But as her daughter, I should apologize to Professor Lu and Miss Gu Nianji on behalf of my mother." Gu Nianji felt very sorry. She used to like Xiao Yi so much, who was beautiful and capable of fighting. Moreover, she had been shot 10 times in a row to protect her. Gu Nianji's heart softened when she thought of the pain Xiao Yi had suffered. "President Qin can apologize to my father." "I accept Miss Xiao Yi's apology," Gu Nianji said politely. From Sister Xiao Yi to Miss Xiao Yi, it was obvious who was close and distant. Xiao Yi glanced at her and calmed down. "Thank you, Miss Gu, for giving me this opportunity." Xiao Yi looked up at her and said persistently, "Even if the surgery doesn't succeed, I won't blame anyone. But as long as there's a glimmer of hope, I won't give up." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1993, Medicine for Regret. There were 2 updates today, and the second update would be at 8:00 in the evening. P.S. Thank you to Little One Kiss and McMug Loves Blue, the 2 leaders, for the 10,000 Chidian coins each yesterday. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2005. General Xiao and Xiao Yi left Song Jinning's apartment, and the room that had been noisy suddenly quieted down. Lu Jin stole a glance at Gu Nianji and thought to himself that he had passed the test. Last night, he had indeed been very merciless. He had severely humiliated Hu Guanqin, President Qin, and actually, Xiao Yi. Gu Nianji saw Lu Jin's expression and smiled. "Dad, do you really have a cure for regret?" "It's just an analogy," Lu Jin said awkwardly and looked at Gu Nianji fawningly. "Can we go have donuts now?" After being hungry all morning, Lu Jin felt that he could finish all the donuts Lu Yuan had made by himself. Gu Nianji let go of Lu Jin's arm and said with a smile, "Go eat first. I'll go back to my room and take a shower." Lu Jin nodded. "I'll save it for you." He turned around and walked towards the dining room. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded at Gu Nianji. He sat down in the living room and didn't go to the dining room. Hu Xiaoheng walked out from the dining room to the living room. Lu Jin saw him and said curiously, "Huh? You've been here the whole time. Why didn't you go out?" Hu Xiaoheng said calmly, "I was calling General Hu just now." "What's wrong? Where's General Xiao and Xiao Yi? Have they all left?" Gu Nianji pretended not to see Hu Xiaoheng and turned to go back to the bedroom. Lu Jin replied with an "oh" and didn't take it seriously. He went to have breakfast alone. Hu Xiaoheng took a few quick steps and caught up with Gu Nianji. He stopped her before she closed the bedroom door. "What are you doing?" Gu Nianji frowned. Hu Xiaoheng pulled the door open and squeezed in. He closed the door and said calmly, "Let's talk." "What's there to talk about?" Gu Nianji's face darkened. She knew that Hu Xiaoheng wasn't to blame for this, and she also knew that it was the best choice for Hu Xiaoheng not to come out just now, but she still felt quite disgusted. "So magnanimous. You really don't care if I get snatched away?" Hu Xiaoheng said with a half-smile and raised his hand to pat her head. Gu Nianji tilted her head and didn't let him touch her. She waved her little fist angrily and said, "As if. If you dared to hook up with someone else, do you think I would let you run around with someone else? No matter what, I have to break your legs and turn you into real trash before I throw you out." Hu Xiaoheng shook his head with a smile. "What nonsense are you imagining all day long?" He stopped smiling and looked at Gu Nianji without batting an eyelid. He put his arm around the back of her neck. However, Gu Nianji's neck stiffened and refused to let him close the distance. Hu Xiaoheng had no choice but to use a bit more force to force Gu Nianji to tilt her head up. He slowly lowered his head and rubbed his forehead against hers. In a low voice, he said slowly, "You still want to draw a line between us?" Gu Nianji's ears were about to melt, and her legs were a little weak. She was forcefully shackled to his chest, but she still stuttered, "That's how it is. If you want to run, can I stop you? If you don't stop them, how do you know you can't stop them? Or do you want to escape and set a trap for me?" Hu Xiaoheng's voice was dangerously low. "You're no longer an independent entity with me now. You're attached to me, and I'm attached to you. Don't say that again. I won't allow it." Hu Xiaoheng kissed her forehead. Her skin was smooth and delicate, with the freshness and warmth of the morning. Hu Xiaoheng had only wanted to touch her lightly, but he couldn't stop himself from kissing her. Very naturally, he slid down and kissed her straight nose, her rosy cheeks, and then her exquisite jaw. He kissed a circle around her curvy lips and finally stopped at her plump, curvy lips, and sucked on them heavily. Gu Nianji felt like he was taking her breath away. Lu Jin finished breakfast and left 2 donuts for Gu Nianji. He went back to his room and began to study Xiao Ye's injuries and medical records. When Xiao Yi and General Xiao returned home, General Xiao said, "I'll go talk to your mother first. Don't come in." In front of her daughter, she had to give her mother some face. Xiao Yi nodded. You go first, I'll go talk to her. General Xiao asked the rehabilitation nurse to push her back to her room and went to look for President Qin. President Qin was also having breakfast in the dining room. For more than a year, the three of them had always had breakfast together, but today, she was the only one. When General Xiao saw this, he sighed in his heart and walked over to sit beside her. He said, Xiao Yi and I went to Professor Lu's house to apologize just now. President Qin immediately exploded. Apologize? What apologize? He spouted nonsense at our house yesterday and didn't give me any face at all. You still want to apologize? Old Qin. General Xiao was also angry. He slammed the table and roared, How much longer are you going to make a scene? In your heart, is your own face really more important than your daughter's injury? President Chen's eyes immediately turned red. Old Xiao. How can you say such heartless words? My heart aches more than yours for my daughter to be injured like this. If your heart aches, then don't be so stubborn about your face. General Xiao pointed at the door. Hurry up and go. Apologize to Professor Lu personally. Professor Lu. He wanted to say that Lu Jin would treat Xiao Ye's injury after he apologized, but when he remembered Lu Yuan's words, he couldn't say the rest. In fact, he and President Qin had similar thoughts before. The difference was that he realized his mistake and corrected it in time. President Qin just hadn't realized it yet. The anger on General Zhao's face suddenly disappeared. He pulled President Qin, who was about to cry, to sit down and said earnestly, Old Qin, I know you haven't been feeling well for the past year, but how can I feel well? But your thoughts are unacceptable. Xiao Ye's injury is her mission. You can't blame anyone. It's a big mistake to vent your anger on Gunyanji. Actually, they didn't have to thank you, but they still came in person yesterday. It's fine if you don't appreciate it, but you even said those words. Do you think this is something we should do? The President Qin I know isn't like that. If General Xiao continued to argue with President Qin and hit the table and the bench like before, President Qin would definitely not listen to him. She would feel wronged and be even more unwilling to apologize. But as he sat by her like this, gently and patiently laying out the facts and reasoning, President Qin softened. She wiped her face with a napkin and sobbed. I know I'm doing it for my own sake, but I'm also doing it for my daughter. Think about it, the rest of her life is over. As parents, shouldn't we do our best to help her get the best treatment? Although we can't blame others for getting injured on a mission, it's still for Major General Hua's fiancé. If they reach out, our Xiao Yi will have a guarantee, and you can't see through our daughter's thoughts for the past year, but I can. If there's a glimmer of hope to help our daughter fulfill her wish, I don't care about face or favors. President Qin couldn't continue. General Xiao sighed. You have a daughter, and she has a father. It's all for the sake of our children. Forget it, Old Qin, we were in the wrong first. Go and apologize first. President Qin rarely saw her husband speak to her in such a soft voice. She couldn't help nodding. Okay, I'll go tomorrow. Why wait for tomorrow? I'll go today. General Zhao's voice grew louder. He said yesterday that he could treat Xiao Ye's injury. Aren't you anxious? You're serious. President Qin looked at General Xiao strangely. You don't believe my nephew? Speak of the devil and he will appear. Chen Lai happened to arrive at the Xiao family's house and gave Xiao Yi a regular checkup. Seeing that there was no one in the living room, he called out, President Qin. Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed out by the rehabilitation nurse. Chen Lai, you're here. When President Qin heard Chen Lai's voice, she quickly pulled General Xiao out and said, Chen Lai, you're here at the right time. Do you know that Professor Lu? Which Professor Lu? I know a lot of people. Who are you talking about? Chen Lai was confused. It's Gu Nianji's father. Xiao Yi looked up and said, her new father. Oh. It's Professor Lu Jin. Chen Lai's eyes immediately lit up. He's a real genius. No, he's not a genius, he's a god. President Chen was stunned. More powerful than you. Me? Chen Lai pointed at himself and said excitedly, President Chen, how can you compare me to Professor Lu? That's an insult to Professor Lu. I'm not even fit to carry Professor Lu's shoes. My greatest dream in life is to be Professor Lu's assistant. Unfortunately, he doesn't need it. This was today's second watch, chapter 1994, I don't allow it. There were 2 watches today. Moi, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2006. Headmaster Chen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. She pointed at Chen Lai in shock and said, well done, Chen Lai. Even your aunt wants to make fun of you. She didn't believe Chen Lai at all. Why would I tease you? I have nothing better to do. Chen Lai stomped his feet in exasperation. Who have I, Chen Lai, ever admired in my life? Only Professor Lu Jin. It's like looking up to a high mountain, looking up to a beautiful scenery. Although I can't reach it, my heart yearns for it. Are you serious? Headmaster Chen took a step forward in disbelief, getting even closer to Chen Lai. She scrutinized Chen Lai carefully, trying to find clues that he was joking. But she was disappointed. Chen Lai was not joking. He said very seriously, President Chen, I don't know where you heard about Professor Lu Jin. What I can say is that his knowledge and ability surpass our generation by 50 years, even 100 years. If you want to offend anyone, don't offend him. It's not too much to worship him as a god. Headmaster Chen's heart sank, and he found it hard to breathe. Not long after, his vision went black, and he collapsed stiffly. Old Chen. Old Chen. General Xiao was shocked. He quickly picked her up and placed her on the sofa in the living room. Chen Lai carried his medical kit and immediately opened it to take out his own equipment and medicine. Very quickly, Headmaster Chen regained consciousness. Looking at Headmaster Chen's pale face, Chen Lai asked in confusion, looking at you, did you offend Professor Lu? He came to your school for a job interview, and you rejected him. That was the only reason Chen Lai could think of. General Xiao smiled bitterly. It's even worse than this. As he spoke, he told her about going to Song Jinning's house to see Lu Jin last night and this morning. Of course, he didn't say what Lu Jin had threatened Xiao Yi later. When Chen Lai heard this, he fell backward onto the floor. He smiled bitterly and said, President Chen, oh President Chen, are you going through menopause? How can you talk like that? I didn't know he was so powerful. Headmaster Chen started crying. If I knew, I wouldn't have said those words even if you beat me to death. I would have really knelt in front of him and begged him to treat my daughter's injuries. General Xiao asked in surprise, is Professor Lu really that good? Didn't you say that Xiao Yi couldn't recover from his injuries? It would be good if he could stand up and walk after 2 years. Chen Lai. What was that? Moo of land in Australia. Dizzy. Kujibin Pan was also afraid of Fang Shuzhong Jun. Compared to Professor Lu, I'm just a Jianghu doctor. Professor Lu was the director of the Imperial Hospital. No, it's even more powerful than that. He should be one of those hidden peerless experts. It's fine if you don't make a move, but when you do, you'll definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. I saw him perform a central nerve cell repair surgery with my own eyes. The central nerve cells can't divide and replicate themselves, much less regenerate. They basically synchronize with the lifespan of humans. Many diseases related to the brain are caused by problems in the central nervous system. There is no cure at all. But Professor Liu is a rare genius in biological genetics. He actually used genetic methods to replicate the patient's central nervous system. Do you know what this means? This means that he can replicate any system, organ, and tissue in the human body. There's a saying in biological genetics. If you grasp all the secrets of genes, you'll be able to replicate anyone. You are God. Because only God can create humans. And Professor Liu is only one step away from becoming a god. Chen Lai's eyes shone as he spoke. He was like a die-hard fan talking about his cooking with passion. General Xiao and Headmaster Chen didn't quite understand, but they completely believed Chen Lai's words. That Lu Jin really had the ability to completely restore Xiao Yi. I'm going to find Professor Liu. I'm going to apologize to him. I'm asking him. I can kneel down to him. I'll do anything he asks me to do. Headmaster Chen was extremely excited. General Xiao quickly said, take a rest first. You fainted just now. Chen Lai said that your blood pressure is a little high. It's okay. I'll take some blood pressure medicine. Headmaster Chen looked around. Where's my blood pressure medicine? Chen Lai found a bottle of blood pressure medicine from his medicine box. He went to the kitchen to get a water glass, poured water for Headmaster Chen, and handed it to her along with the medicine. Headmaster Chen took the blood pressure medicine and sat on the sofa for a while. When she felt that she had recovered, she stood up and said, I'll go find Professor Liu now. Chen Lai also wanted to take the opportunity to observe another surgery, so he quickly said, I'll go with Headmaster Chen. Xiao Yi is my cousin, and I've been taking care of her injuries. I can provide Professor Liu with more detailed information. Okay. Chen Lai, help us. Help us put in a good word for Xiao Yi. Headmaster Chen recalled what she had said last night and felt extremely embarrassed. However, no matter how humiliated she was, as long as she could save her daughter's disability, she would lose all face. Chen Lai nodded. Since Professor Liu can treat her, and Xiao Yi was injured to save Nianji, Professor Liu won't ignore it. General Xiao sighed. What's wrong? Chen Lai didn't understand. Nianji won't mind. She's actually very soft-hearted. Xiao Yi was injured because of her. Even if you didn't beg her, she would have taken the initiative to ask her father to treat her. They came to our house yesterday and did take the initiative to ask. Headmaster Chen pounded her chest and said painfully, it's all my fault. I thought they were just bragging. Chen Lai, he remembered what General Xiao had told him about last night and shook his head. Headmaster Chen, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you don't take Major General Hu seriously. Even Major General Hu said that Professor Liu is better than me. How can you not believe him and only believe me? Major General Hu rarely praises others, but once he does, that person is really amazing beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Headmaster Chen was a little embarrassed. She silently looked away and didn't say anything else. She was really embarrassed to say it. Ever since she wanted Hu Xiaoheng to be her son-in-law, Hu Xiaoheng was no longer the commander-in-chief of the Special Operations Forces, but her junior in her heart. It had to be said that once a person had selfishness, their judgment would be affected. After the ups and downs from last night to this morning, Xiao Yi had completely calmed down. She didn't have time to mourn the death of her crush. Instead, she welcomed her new life with confidence. In the past year or so, because of her disability, her mentality had collapsed. Only now could she face Gu Nianji rationally and objectively, and face the bloody kidnapping. She slumped in her wheelchair and took a deep breath. Not only do I want to apologize to Nianji, but I also want to admit to the Special Operations Forces and Major General Hua that I failed my mission. I don't deserve the honor bestowed upon me by the country and the army. I will return all my medals and certificates. I want to start from the beginning. Headmaster Chen was stunned again. Xiao Yi, what did you say? When have you ever failed a mission? You even risked your life to save Nianji. Xiao Yi closed her eyes and said patiently, more than a year ago, I came back from the field and had a 2-year period of secrecy. It was a mission given to me by the army to be Gu Nianji's personal bodyguard. There are no confidentiality requirements for this mission. You all know that. Just like how those in high positions of power had to be equipped with guards and security personnel, Xiao Yi was the security personnel Hua Xiaoheng had arranged for Gu Nianji. Headmaster Chen quickly nodded and said with tears in her eyes, but you were shot 10 times. That's no longer something you can control. Xiao Yi recalled the thrilling scene from more than a year ago and said calmly, my mission is to protect the safety of the target at all costs. But in the end, I wasn't able to protect the target. Instead, the target appeared and protected me. She looked at Headmaster Chen and said in shame, Mom, if Gu Nianji hadn't taken the initiative to appear, those people wouldn't have just fired 10 shots. They would have beaten me to death. From the beginning to the end, Nianji didn't owe me anything. I owed her. Xiao Ye's face was a little red. She was ashamed of her past self and only hoped that she would have a chance to make up for her mistakes. General Zhao's eyes were also red. He pressed Xiao Ye's shoulder and said heavily, Xiao Yi, Dad supports you. Explain everything to the organization. Return all the medals and certificates. We'll listen to the organization, whether it's benefits or titles. As they spoke, the father and daughter returned to Xiao Ye's room to pack their things. Headmaster Chen wanted to stop them, but General Xiao had already pushed Xiao Ye's wheelchair out with the briefcase containing Xiao Ye's medals and certificates. Chen Lai shook his head. Headmaster Chen, let's go look for Professor Liu. As long as Professor Liu and Nianji agree, there won't be any problems with Xiao Yi. This was the first update of the day. Chapter 1995, One Step Away from God. There were 2 updates today, and the second update would be at 8:00 in the evening. Moi, little angels. Chapter 2007. When President Chen saw that General Xiao had followed them, she knew that she couldn't stop them. She could only say to Chen Lai, then let's go find Professor Liu. You have to help your cousin. Chen Lai felt that Xiao Yi had suffered such a serious injury. As a mother, President Chen felt sorry for her daughter, so it wasn't a big deal to say a few sour words. Gu Nianji was a reasonable person, so she wouldn't take it to heart. Professor Liu was angry, probably because someone at his level had never encountered such a troublesome interpersonal relationship. Even Chen Lai himself knew that whether it was his superiors, subordinates, relatives, or friends, everyone was very polite to him. They would offend anyone but him. Of course, his temper had risen. Other than Hua Xiaoheng, he didn't give face to anyone. Now, of course, there was Lu Jin. Not to mention getting angry at him, even if this person beat him up 3 times a day, he wouldn't have any complaints. As long as he could stay by Lu Jin's side and learn some skills and knowledge. He drove the car with President Chen to the address Song Jining had given him. When they were downstairs, he called Gu Nianji first to let her prepare. Gu Nianji received the call and raised an eyebrow. She went to Lu Jin's room and knocked on the door. Dad, President Chen is here. She came with Chen Lai. Lu Jin was making a surgery plan on the computer. He said without turning his head, if she's here, then she's here. Do you want an 8-person sedan chair to go down to welcome her? Let them wait. I haven't finished the surgery plan yet. I don't want to give up halfway. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. She knew that Lu Jin was tough on the outside but soft-hearted on the inside. He had done everything that needed to be done, but his words were so harsh that the person he had helped couldn't even be grateful. Otherwise, how could he have been diagnosed with a severe case of interpersonal disorder? He was the kind of person who did the most things in life because he didn't know how to speak, but it was still a thankless task. But now that she was here, she wouldn't let Lu Jin fall into that kind of situation again. Gu Nianji gently closed Lu Jin's door and waited in the living room for a few minutes before she heard the doorbell ring. Because of Chen Lai, it was very easy for President Chen to enter. Otherwise, she would have been stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. Gu Nianji opened the door and nodded at Chen Lai with a smile. "Brother Chen is here. Please come in." President Chen saw that Gu Nianji ignored her, as if she didn't know her, and felt very uncomfortable. However, she was here to ask for help, so she could only lower her head and say embarrassedly, "Miss Gu, I'm sorry about last night." "It was me," Gu Nianji interrupted her and said with a smile, "President Chen, right? Please come in." She brought President Chen and Chen Lai into the living room. Gu Nianji brought them a cup of tea and a glass of water and placed it in front of them. Chen Lai was used to drinking water. As for President Chen, a cup of green tea was never wrong for someone of his age. President Chen sat next to Chen Lai. She shifted uneasily and gave Chen Lai a light kick. Chen Lai understood. He smiled and put in a good word for her. "Nianji, it was Director Chen's fault last night. She's my aunt. She usually does things by the book and doesn't know how to speak well. It was our fault that she offended Uncle Lu. My aunt came specially to apologize." Gu Nianji understood when she saw Chen Lai follow them. It was probably at this moment that the Shao family truly believed that Lu Jin was better than Chen Lai. This was because Chen Lai, Lu Jin's big fan, must have spared no effort to promote Lu Jin's miracle everywhere. Ever since he had saved the vegetative patient who had been lying in bed for 6 years, Chen Lai had been full of praise for Lu Jin. He couldn't wait to be his assistant. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng didn't stop him. Because Lu Jin had the ability, there was no need for them to hide it. Although President Chen wasn't worried, she immediately softened when she thought of her daughter, who had been depressed ever since she woke up. She lowered her stance and smiled obsequiously at Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu, my attitude yesterday was indeed bad. It was all my fault that I angered Miss Gu. I came here today to apologize to you and Professor Lu. I hope you can forgive me for the sake of our Xiaoyi being almost paralyzed." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. She thought to herself that President Chen's words were still full of sarcasm at a time like this. The apology was also a pretense of using Xiao Ye's injuries. If Lu Jin hadn't really been able to treat her injuries, President Chen's apology would never have come out. However, this was also human nature. This was how society was. Gu Nianji could understand, but she didn't want to follow the crowd. She nodded slightly and said, "President Chen, you don't have to apologize to me. Miss Xiaoyi did use her life to protect me. There's nothing wrong with that. I remember what Miss Xiaoyi did for me. I'll never forget it." This struck a chord in President Chen's heart. She quickly nodded and said to Gu Nianji as if she had found a confidant, "Miss Gu's words are fair. But our Xiaoyi is a stubborn person. Her father, who is just as stubborn as her, has already taken the medal and certificate to the organization to admit his mistake. She said that she didn't protect Miss Gu well and failed the mission. It was Miss Gu who protected her, but she was really shot 10 times. As President Chen spoke, she started crying. She felt wronged, sad, and a little unwilling to cry. Gu Nianji was extremely shocked. She took the medal and certificate to the organization to admit her mistake. "What's going on?" She looked at Chen Lai, hoping that he could give her a reasonable explanation. President Chen was crying now. She probably wasn't in the mood to talk to her. Chen Lai smiled bitterly. Just now, Xiaoyi said that she didn't protect you well. Actually, the mission failed. She doesn't deserve those honors. Gu Nianji stood up from the sofa and walked around the living room with her arms crossed. She said agitatedly, "How could Sister Xiaoyi do this? Even if she protected me because of the military's mission, as the target of protection, how could I take Sister Xiaoyi's protection for granted? At the juncture of life and death, Sister Xiaoyi used her own life to protect me. That's enough to match any honor the military gives her. No, I have to go to the military too. Who is Sister Xiaoyi going to apologize to? I have to speak up. I can't let Xiaoyi get hurt for nothing." Gu Nianji became anxious. She was worried that Xiaoyi would cause a misunderstanding between the military and the organization. She knew that in Xiaoyi's industry, the biggest taboo was to hide things from the organization. Especially when they were on field missions, it was a secret industry to begin with. It would be fatal to hide things from the higher-ups of the organization. Moreover, Gu Nianji didn't think that Xiaoyi was hiding anything. Her abduction was also an unexpected disaster for Xiaoyi. If it weren't for the fact that the technology in the other world was too powerful, with the level of protection Hua Xiaoheng had given her and Xiaoyi's skills, things wouldn't have developed like this. And Xiaoyi still didn't know what kind of enemy she had faced that day. This wasn't fair to her. Gu Nianji stared at Qin Lai. "Brother Qin, take me to the military. I have something to say too." President Qin looked at Gu Nianji in disbelief. She couldn't believe her ears. You don't blame our Xiaoyi anymore." Gu Nianji sighed. "Don't say anything now. Take me to Sister Xiaoyi first. I'll speak up for her. I have the most say in this matter." President Qin finally understood what she had done wrong. She walked over and held Gu Nianji's hand. She had mixed feelings. She was already crying, but now her tears kept flowing. "Miss Gu, I'm already decades old, but I'm not as reasonable as you. I was indeed in the wrong in this matter. I was the one who dragged Xiaoyi down. I was the one who had a bad mind. It was my fault. I've never admired anyone in my life. Even if your father could save Xiaoyi, I would be grateful to him, but I wouldn't admire him. Only you can speak up for Xiaoyi. I know nothing I can say now can make up for my mistake. However, there's something I haven't said. If you're interested, we can talk about it in detail when you're free." Gu Nianji nodded hurriedly. Her heart softened and she shook President Chen's hand. "You're doing this for your daughter. I understand. All right, let's go stop Sister Xiaoyi first, and then we'll talk about the surgery." "Okay." President Chen wiped her tears and followed Gu Nianji and Qin Lai out the door. When Qin Lai drove, Gu Nianji and President Chen sat in the back seat. President Chen took out her phone and flipped through it for a long time. Finally, she found a few messages she had received a year ago and showed them to Gu Nianji. She said, "At that time, someone reminded us that if we wanted Xiaoyi to recover, we could look for Major General Hua. He said that he had special resources that could help Xiaoyi recover." Gu Nianji looked at the message from the kind-hearted person. "Kind-hearted person, President Qin, your daughter's injuries can be healed as long as Major General Hua is willing to help you. He has special resources that can help your daughter recover." President Qin continued, "I showed this message to Major General Hua. At that time, you were missing, but later, I received a few more messages. I didn't show the rest of the messages to anyone because the person who sent the messages didn't let me show them to anyone else. This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 1996, Good Intentions Are Rewarded. There are 2 chapters today. P.S. It should be President Qin, not President Qin. I'll go back and revise the first few chapters. Moi, everyone, little angels." Chapter 2008. Gu Nianji glanced at President Chen and didn't take her phone. Instead, she looked at her hand. The text messages on the phone were sent within a year of her leaving this world. 3 messages were sent intermittently. The first message: kind person, Gu Nianji has disappeared from this world. She won't come back. Gu Nianji saw the time of this message very clearly. It should be in the other world, when she returned to the He family from the Caribbean Snake Island that she had deviated from. The second message was more than a month after the first message. The second message: kind person, Xiao Yi was seriously injured in order to protect Gu Nianji. It was all because of Major General Hua's selfishness. Gu Nianji shouldn't have had such a high level of security. It was purely because Major General Hua wanted to give his fiancée better protection that he used his position for personal gain and arranged for your daughter to be her bodyguard. The last message was from half a year ago. Kind person, Major General Hua has the miracle medicine that can cure your daughter. Why didn't you go to him and ask him to take responsibility for your daughter? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows in surprise when she saw this and asked softly. How many times have you looked for Major General Hua? President Chen shook her head with a bitter smile. No, I haven't looked for him even once. Why? Gu Nianji didn't seem to believe her and asked suspiciously, but aren't you tempted at all? President Chen looked away in embarrassment and said, it's not that I'm not tempted at all, but I'm not a fool. How could I lose confidence in Major General Hua and the organization just because I read a few messages? Besides, in terms of treatment, Chen Lai said that Major General Hua had already ordered him to use the best medicine to treat Xiao Yi, so I believe that Major General Hua didn't hide anything. So, what kind of content was she interested in? Gu Nianji understood and smiled. She thought to herself that President Chen wasn't completely brainless. She trusted Chen Lai so much, so she didn't believe that Lu Jin was better than Chen Lai. Although Gu Nianji was very dissatisfied, there were also benefits. It was because she trusted Chen Lai so much that the other party's provocative messages didn't have the desired effect. President Chen said softly, I did have muddled thoughts, and I won't hide it from you, but it was just a thought. During the year you were away, I couldn't even take care of Xiao Yi. How could I have the time to look for Major General Hua, to take responsibility? I trust Chen Lai wholeheartedly. I trust that Hua Xiao will give Xiao Yi the best treatment. As for whether or not he could recover, that would depend on the will of the heavens. Gu Nianji thought about it and felt relieved. As long as Xiao Yi and President Chen hadn't done anything, it would be fine. Just as Xiao Yi had said, it wasn't illegal to like someone. Besides, Major General Hua was so good. It wasn't strange for a high-quality woman like Xiao Yi to have a crush on him. It didn't matter if he had a crush on her, as long as he wasn't like people like Wen Shui, Dou Qingyan, and Luo Zhelan, who often played dirty tricks because of it. As for Xiao Yi, she was very different from people like Wen Shui, Dou Qingyan, and Luo Zhelan. Even though she had a crush on Gu Nianji, she had never thought of hurting Gu Nianji. She had even used her own life to protect Gu Nianji at the critical moment. Gu Nianji thought to herself that she probably wouldn't be able to do that, so her admiration for Xiao Yi returned bit by bit. Chen Lai's car sped all the way back to the military headquarters compound. He called General Xiao and knew that he and Xiao Yi were in the conference room of the political department, waiting to report to the chief. Gu Nianji rushed in and finally arrived at Xiao Ye's side before Hu Guanqin, the director of the political department, entered the door. Sister Xiao Yi, you don't have to be like this. You did save me. We can't just look at the results. In this matter, the process is far more important than the results. Gu Nianji pressed on Xiao Ye's shoulder and said anxiously, don't return your medals and certificates. You deserve them. Xiao Yi felt Gu Nianji's enthusiasm and straightforwardness, as well as generosity and kindness. She felt even more ashamed. She said stubbornly, no, I don't deserve this. I didn't complete the mission. You protected me. I don't deserve this honor. How could that be? Gu Nianji bent one leg emotionally and knelt in front of Xiao Ye's wheelchair. She stroked Xiao Ye's senseless leg and said excitedly, Sister Xiao Ye, I remember the first time I saw you. Your skills at that time shocked me greatly. I used to wish that I could be as agile and valiant as you. Later, you came to my side and became my bodyguard. I was so happy. Those days will always be in my heart. When those gangsters rushed in and shot you that day, I disobeyed your request and ran out on my own. Gu Nianji was also very ashamed. At that time, she was really afraid that Xiao Yi would be beaten to death by those people, so she rushed out without a care for anything. In fact, Qin Jining later told her that they had received orders not to see blood, let alone kill anyone. So if she just hid and didn't come out, she might be able to stall for time until Major General Hua and the others came to pick them up, but on second thought, those people obviously had other masters, so they didn't listen to He Qingjian's orders. No blood. Then it was better for her to take the initiative to come out. If Xiao Yi really died, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Gu Nianji held Xiao Ye's hand and said seriously, Sister Xiao Yi, let's not talk about anything else. I know you're not that kind of person. You're different from others, and I believe in you. Don't make me feel guilty. If you return your medals and certificates, not only will you discredit yourself, but you'll also make me feel worthless in your heart. Of course not. Xiao Yi held Gu Nianji's hand weakly, but her fingers didn't have any strength at all. She just rested them on Gu Nianji's hand. Only then did Gu Nianji deeply and intuitively feel what those 10 shots had done to Xiao Yi. In terms of discipline, Xiao Ye's mission had indeed failed. But in terms of human feelings, Gu Nianji would always be indebted to her. A person who used her life and her health to protect you deserved to be treated more leniently. Gu Nianji nodded. Then let's go back. My father is working on a surgery plan. When he's ready, we can do the surgery. Really? Xiao Yi was also excited. Tears welled up in her charming big eyes. Is your father really willing to forgive us? He's actually not angry with you. Gu Nianji was also a little embarrassed. He just dotes on me too much. He's afraid that I'll suffer a little. Okay, I understand. Have you found your real father? Xiao Yi asked softly. They all knew that everyone used to think that Gu Xiangwen was her biological father, but now Lu Jin, who didn't look like him at all, had appeared. She didn't ask how many twists and turns there were, nor could she ask. She could only imagine. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. Yes, he's my real father. After receiving Gu Nianji's affirmation, the huge stone in Xiao Ye's heart slowly disappeared. At that moment, Huo Guanchen came in. He coughed softly and said, Xiao Yi, what can I do for you? Gu Nianji quickly looked up and stood up. General Hua, this is a misunderstanding. We'll go back now and won't disturb your work. Huo Guanchen looked at her and frowned. Why are you everywhere? You came all the way here to force Xiao Yi to apologize. I advise you to restrain yourself. Don't be unreasonable. You're making enemies for Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji smiled and said bluntly, actually, if you hadn't sowed discord, today's incident wouldn't have happened at all. The Xiao family's thoughts didn't need to be said out loud. Although that kind of thing was based on actions and not intentions, it wasn't a glorious thing to be forced to reveal it. And Huo Guanchen was the real trigger of this incident. Huo Guanchen's expression became even more stern. Is this how you talk to your elders? You have no manners at all. Don't you think I'm not worthy of your son? Since you don't acknowledge me, why should I acknowledge you as my elder? Gu Nianji went all out and became eloquent. Even Huo Guanchen, who had been working in politics for a long time, found it difficult to withstand her. President Chen was speechless. So Gu Nianji had shown them mercy that night. If she really had to personally confront them, President Chen felt that the embarrassment in her heart would double. Then she really wouldn't be able to live anymore. Huo Guanchen was so angry at Gu Nianji that his face turned green, and his facial features were almost distorted. He used up all the patience he had developed over decades of work to suppress the slap that was about to fly out. He said coldly, "Then what are you still doing here? I won't see you out." He was just about to turn around to leave when his personal secretary ran in and said, "Chief, Major General Hua is on the phone." Huo Guanchen took the phone with a cold expression, but Hua Xiaoheng blurted out, "General Hua, is Nianji here? If you continue to treat her badly, Speaker Long of the Senate will be very willing to have a chat with you." "What does it have to do with Speaker Long? Do you think I'll be afraid of him? Nianji is Speaker Long's favorite successor. If you want to make a fuss, go ahead. Anyway, our Hua family has already become a joke in the military. If you don't care, I don't care either." Huo Guanchen was finally angered by Hua Xiaoheng. "How dare you threaten your father? Bastard!" He was so angry that he threw the phone down and quickly walked out of the conference room. Gu Nianji smiled and said, "See, every family has its own difficulties. Life is short, let's hurry up and get the surgery." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1997, Bastard. Today was the second update. 8:00 in the evening. Today was Monday, so hurry up and hand over your recommendation votes. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2009. Gu Nianji and Chenlai led the Shao family out of the military headquarters and returned to Song Jinning's residence. At this time, Lu Jin had finished the surgery plan and was sitting in the living room resting. He looked up and saw someone open the door. He was surprised to see Gu Nianji pushing Xiao Ye's wheelchair in. General Xiao, Chenlai, and Director Chen followed behind. Lu Jin's face immediately lengthened. He said unhappily, "What are you doing? Who invited you here?" Before Xiao Yi could say anything, Director Chen had already stepped forward and said, "Professor Lu, I was in the wrong yesterday. I came here to apologize to you." As she spoke, she walked up to Lu Jin and bowed respectfully. She said, "I was so wrong this time. It doesn't matter if you don't forgive me, but it has nothing to do with my daughter. I hope that you can help us examine Xiao Yi for the sake of my compassion for my daughter. Whether you can treat her or not, our family will be grateful." Lu Jin sneered and said, "You can still speak human language. What's wrong? Did you change your attitude because you believe that I could cure him?" At this point, General Xiao and Director Chen wouldn't care no matter how sarcastic Lu Jin was. Moreover, they were in the wrong first, so they could still bear it if Lu Jin vented his anger. Lu Jin's gaze shifted to Xiao Yi. He had wanted to say that it really had nothing to do with her. However, Gu Nianji stood behind Xiao Ye's wheelchair and glared at Lu Jin. Lu Jin had no choice but to rub his nose and change his way of putting it. He drawled. "Then I'll say the ugly things first. I was just bragging last night. Whether I can recover or not depends on the situation." The Xiao family, Gu Nianji held back her laughter and walked up to Lu Jin. She said, "Dad, please examine Sister Xiao Yi first. As for whether she can be cured and to what extent she can be cured, we'll see the results of the examination." Chenlai said excitedly, "Let's go to our hospital. You can use my office." Lu Jin didn't refuse. He deliberately said slowly, "Then sign the disclaimer agreement first, and then go for the inspection." The group quickly arrived at the Special Operations Forces medical building where Chenlai worked. Lu Jin brought Xiao Yi and Chenlai to take another X-ray to observe the healing of Xiao Ye's limbs and determine the surgical plan. Lu Jin was very meticulous when he performed the examination. A normal examination would take an ordinary doctor 10 minutes, and Chenlai could take an hour. However, when it came to Lu Jin, he could take 3 or 4 hours. It was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening when all the examinations were completed. However, General Shao and Director Chin were not anxious at all. It was as if the longer they waited, the greater their hopes would be. The two of them were more than 100 years old together, and they could no longer suppress their excitement. Gu Nianji saw this and felt a little anxious. She didn't know why it would take so long. She was worried that Lu Jin would cure her too well, but she was also worried that he wouldn't cure her well. In short, she was extremely conflicted. He hadn't eaten for an entire day, yet he didn't feel hungry. Until the smell of food came from the door, her stomach growled twice. Only then did Gu Nianji realize how hungry she was. Hu Xiaoheng walked in with a lunchbox in one hand and a bag of beef buns he had just bought from the hospital cafeteria in the other. He placed the beef buns in front of General Shao and Director Chin and politely said, "Have you had dinner? Let's use it as a cushion." When President Chin first saw Hu Xiaoheng, she was so embarrassed that she almost hid in a hole in the ground. However, Hu Xiaoheng's polite behavior and attitude of not knowing what was going on made them feel a little better. Gu Nianji smelled the beef buns in the hospital cafeteria. Hu Xiaoheng placed the lunchbox in front of her and said, "I made squid and sea cucumber porridge specially for you. There's also steamed eggs with clams, fried yellow croaker, and 2 small crab meat pancakes." The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth curled up. "Did you make it yourself?" "Yes, but it might not be as delicious as President Lu's," Hu Xiaoheng said lightly. "How is that possible?" Gu Nianji smiled as she opened the lunchbox. "Major General Hu's cooking is the best. Compared to President Lu." Before she could finish speaking, Lu Yuan also came in with a lunchbox. He smiled and said, "Huh. Nianji likes Xiaoheng's cooking better. Alright, I don't have to cook anymore." "No, no." Gu Nianji immediately changed her mind and said shamelessly, "President Lu's cooking is the best." "But you just said that Major General Hu's cooking is the best, better than my." Lu Yuan deliberately dragged out his tone. "Is it better?" "Of course not." Gu Nianji shook her head seriously. "I haven't finished speaking. What I mean is, it's only a little worse than President Lu." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her, and Gu Nianji kicked him lightly without a trace. Hu Xiaoheng didn't say anything. Lu Yuan put down the lunchbox and looked around. "Where's your father?" "He's still examining Sister Xiao Yi." Gu Nianji's gaze kept glancing at Lu Yuan's lunchbox. Lu Yuan looked at her in amusement and said, "Actually, it's the same as Xiaoheng's, but this box is for your father." Gu Nianji was relieved and said, "Then I'll eat first. I'm really hungry." General Shao and Director Chin also ate the beef buns that Hu Xiaoheng had bought for them. They had thought that the beef buns in the hospital cafeteria were quite delicious, but when Gu Nianji opened the lunchbox that Hu Xiaoheng had brought for her and the aroma of food wafted over, they suddenly felt that the beef buns in their hands had become firewood. After Gu Nianji finished dinner, Lu Jin returned to Chen Lai's office. When he entered, he saw that there were 2 more people in the room. He raised an eyebrow, but before he could say anything, he saw the familiar lunchbox on the table. He immediately walked over, opened it, and took a deep sniff. He said, "It was made by Boss Lu." Gu Nianji smelled that it was almost the same as what she had eaten. She quickly said, "Dad, hurry up and eat dinner. We'll talk after you eat." General Shao and Director Chin came back from outside. They bought a bunch of nutrition products and placed them in front of Lu Jin. They said embarrassedly, "Professor Lu, thank you for your hard work." Lu Jin ate the porridge without looking up. He said casually, "You don't have to buy these things. Just remember to pay the medical expenses." General Shao quickly said, "Our Xiao Yi has full medical insurance." This was considered a work-related injury, and the state should reimburse him in full. Lu Jin rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not a doctor in your system. Xiao Ye's medical insurance can only cover 80%, and you have to pay the other 20%. No problem, no problem. We'll pay." Director Chin said excitedly. "Even if we go bankrupt, we'll pay for your medical expenses." Lu Jin nodded. "Chen Lai will give you the bill later. Remember to pay." Gu Nianji didn't say anything. When she got home that night, she quietly asked Lu Jin, "Dad, how much is 20% of the medical expenses?" Lu Jin smiled and said a number. Gu Nianji opened her mouth in surprise and couldn't close it for a long time. 20% of the medical expenses was enough to bankrupt a well-off family. Was this really not asking for too much? "Dad, you didn't do it on purpose, did you?" Lu Jin said frankly, "This is the price that Boss Lu set for me." Gu Nianji immediately looked at Lu Yuan with a hint of disagreement and reproach in her eyes. Lu Yuan smiled and said, "Your father's technology is too advanced for this world. Even if the price is higher, it won't show the power of knowledge." Gu Nianji chuckled. "Knowledge is indeed money." Hua Xiaoheng sat down and said calmly, "There's no need to fully recover. It's enough as long as she can move normally." Lu Jin nodded and said honestly, "To fully recover, we need to reshape the nervous system in her limbs and promote the regrowth of her bones. It's not impossible, but it's indeed too advanced. Even in the other world, I've only performed surgery in experiments and have never performed it on a real person." Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief, but asked nervously, "Then how are we going to operate on Sister Xiao Yi?" "But you promised to let her recover and return to her pre-injury state." "I plan to use a simulated metal stent to simulate the nervous system and transplant it into her limbs. As long as a normal connection is established with the nervous system of the brain, she will be able to return to her pre-injury state." Lu Jin shrugged. "And the simulated metal stent I used is more resistant to damage than the real nervous system, so she can indeed return to her pre-injury state. After a month of rehabilitation, she can return to the team." "Really?" Gu Nianji looked at Lu Jin in admiration. Her eyes were about to sparkle. "I knew my dad was the best. Little flatterer." Lu Jin smiled and scratched her nose. Hua Xiaoheng and Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The simulated metal stent simulated the nervous system. Although it sounded very high-tech, it was still considered high-tech that the world here could accept. It was still a little more normal than Lu Jin's unimaginable biological genetic technology. In order not to be too high-profile, they carefully maintained Lu Jin's level of expertise at a level that everyone looked up to, but not too out of touch. Soon, Lu Jin threw himself into the process of preparing for Xiao Ye's surgery. A week later, Xiao Ye's surgery was held in the Special Operating Theater in the medical building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Chen Lai brought his best team to assist Lu Jin. The surgery started at 8 in the morning and ended at 8 in the evening. It lasted for a whole 12 hours, and almost all the nervous system in Xiao Ye's arms and legs had been reconstructed. When the red light in front of the operating theater went off, a group of doctors and nurses walked out of the operating theater, but they did not look tired at all. All of them were in a state of extreme excitement. Today's surgery had been so long, but they were not tired at all, because just watching Lu Jin perform the surgery made them forget everything. That wasn't surgery, that was art. In any industry, even the trivial matters of daily life could be as intoxicating as exquisite works of art if they were at their best. "Chen Lai, how was the surgery?" Director Chen grabbed Chen Lai and walked to the side, asking anxiously. "It was a success. Very successful. An unprecedented success. I'll be able to see the successful repair of the nervous system in my lifetime." Chen Lai felt that he could no longer express his joy and excitement without a parallel sentence. Really? Thank God. Director Chin was originally a materialist, but now she was about to become an idealist. Don't thank God. Thank Professor Liu. Chen Lai pointed at Lu Jin, who was talking to Gu Nianji. It's true. Without Professor Liu, no one can do this kind of surgery. Or rather, no one will come up with this method in the next 50 years. Director Chen's eyes were red. I know. I'll thank Professor Liu properly. A month later, Xiao Yi was running on the training ground of the Special Operations Forces again. Not long after, her condition had been taken by someone with ulterior motives and sent to a very avant-garde laboratory. It's already recovered. How did you do it? Can you get a picture of the surgery? I can't. This was a surgery performed in the most confidential Special Operations Forces medical building in the Huaxia Empire. Outsiders can't get a picture of the surgery. If you can't get a picture of the surgery, take a few more pictures of Xiao Yi. Could it be a scam? Even you can't do this kind of surgery, so how could someone else do it? Who performed the surgery? A professor named Lu Jin. He's said to be a visiting professor at the Institute of High Energy Physics. A visiting professor at the Institute of High Energy Physics? He can even perform surgery. The man's gaze was solemn as he looked at the dark night sky. I seem to know someone who was so powerful. But he's already dead, and his body is buried in the cemetery of martyrs in the imperial capital. This was today's second update, chapter 1998. Don't thank God. There were 2 updates today. Today was Monday. Hurry up and hand over your recommendation votes. Mwah, all the big shots and little angels. Chapter 2010. While these people were trying their best to get a high-definition photo of Xiao Yi and analyze her recovery from the surgery, Lu Jin published a paper in the internationally renowned medical journal, The Lancet. Although the patient's name was used as an alias in the article, anyone who was observant could tell at a glance that this was the surgery for Xiao Yi. In the same avant-garde laboratory, these people were speechless when they read the article published in The Lancet. They were all talking at once, and all of them felt relieved. So we were thinking too much. He actually used a simulated metal stent to simulate the nervous system. This idea isn't considered advanced, but it's worth noting that the performance of this simulated metal stent greatly surpasses the materials currently available on the market. The craftsmanship is so exquisite that it's almost to the point of passing off the real thing. When did the Huaxia Empire's craftsmanship reach such a high level? That's right. The Huaxia Empire has always liked to dump goods at low prices, so the quality can't be guaranteed. But the data specifications of this simulated metal stent are terrifyingly accurate. We don't have the technology to create this kind of simulated metal stent. Yes, this requires an ultra-high precision machine tool. The leader of the laboratory was disdainful at first. This was because there was nothing innovative about this kind of surgery. In his opinion, Lu Jin, who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, was nothing to be afraid of. However, as he listened to the analysis of the laboratory researchers, the more he spoke, the more frightened he became. If it was just one person's technology, they could still chase after him, or buy it, or even kidnap and steal it. However, the content of this simple simulated metal stent had far exceeded the shock that a genius doctor had given him. It required materials, mechanical manufacturing, simulation technology, and even resources, funds, and manpower to provide technical support for the entire industrial system. Moreover, it was all of a very high level of technology. In modern society, the real high-tech competition between countries was not about patents and concepts, but about materials and technology. It was just like how almost all countries in the world understood the principle of building an atomic bomb, but only a few countries could really build an atomic bomb. There were only 2 problems to solve to build this thing. First, to extract isotopes from heavy elements. Second, to impact neutrons and cause a chain reaction. Sounds easy, right? But to do it, one first had to have all kinds of supporting facilities, such as heavy water extraction equipment and large centrifuges. Without the guarantee of supporting equipment, the atomic bomb would forever remain on paper. After figuring this out, the person in charge of the laboratory took a deep breath and said, "This is a silent demonstration." The Huaxia Empire used this method to tell us that they had made a breakthrough in high-precision machine tools. What's so great about building a metal frame? Make a chip if you have the ability, someone muttered in a low voice, obviously disapproving. Yeah. The Netherlands still has a lot of orders for photolithography machines. We must make them wait for a few years. Only when our technology is obsolete can we sell them the existing photolithography machines. The person in charge of the laboratory slammed the table and sneered, "Take a closer look at the data in his paper. They can even produce this kind of precision. They no longer need the Dutch photolithography machine." As if to verify the words of the person in charge of the laboratory, the Huaxia Empire suddenly cancelled the order for the photolithography machine a few days later. The Dutch side was very confused, so they specifically sent someone to interview Speaker Long of the Huaxia Imperial Parliament, who was visiting the Netherlands. "May I ask why you cancelled the order for the photolithography machine? Don't you really need photolithography machines to make chips? Only one company in the Netherlands could produce and export high-end photolithography machines on the market. However, due to various reasons, the Netherlands prioritized the orders from the United States, Germany, and Japan, and delayed the Huaxia Empire's order until 2 years later." Speaker Long didn't directly answer. Instead, he said, "This question can be answered by our chief legal advisor, Ms. Gu Nianji." This was Gu Nianji's first visit to Europe with Speaker Long, and it was also her first appearance on the international political stage. Speaker Long had carefully created all kinds of opportunities for her. Taking the microphone from the Dutch national television station, Gu Nianji said humorously, "I thought that the most worried about our country cancelling the order wasn't the Netherlands, but other countries. Tell me, who asked you to ask this question? You'll have to ask him for an agent fee when you get back." The reporters burst into laughter and turned to look at the few American reporters standing next to the CNN logo. However, these reporters had long been called fake news by their president countless times. News they had long been trained to be fake news producers. They wore appropriate smiles and looked at Gu Nianji with amusement. The reporter from the Dutch national television station also smiled and said, "Miss Gu is really sharp. Thank you for the reminder. I will definitely ask for an agent fee." This was a disguised admission that he had asked the question on behalf of someone else. Gu Nianji smiled and nodded. "That's good. Remember to ask more questions on behalf of others in the future. Who knows, you might become rich." She made a series of jokes and almost fooled everyone into forgetting the original question. However, the CNN reporter wouldn't give up so easily. They coughed and reminded the reporter from the Dutch national television station to continue asking questions. The reporter quickly returned to the main topic and continued to ask, "Ms. Gu, may I ask if you know why your country suddenly cancelled the order?" Gu Nianji waved her hand indifferently. "The order is a commercial act, not a national act. I don't understand why you are asking the Senate. Wouldn't it be easier to just call the company that cancelled the order and ask?" This was simply lying through their teeth. The whole world knew that the Huaxia Empire's government agency was eager to buy the photolithography machine to manufacture chips, but a commercial company had placed the order on their behalf. Now that the order was cancelled, the country's chief legal advisor actually had the audacity to say that the matter had nothing to do with the government. She was too thick-skinned. The reporters present stared at Gu Nianji and deeply wondered how this person could be the chief legal advisor. She was a first-class diplomatic talent. The reporter from the Dutch national television station wasn't so thick-skinned and couldn't continue asking. Because Gu Nianji's words were absolutely righteous and impeccable. It was one thing for everyone to have a tacit understanding, but if you insisted that the purchase of the photolithography machine was a national act, you would need to show evidence. There was no other way, so the CNN reporter had to do it personally. They took the microphone and quickly asked before Gu Nianji could change the subject. Is there really no other reason for your country's action? You must know that your sudden cancellation of the photolithography machine order is a commercial act and extremely unethical behavior. If you do this, people all over the world will despise you for your treachery. Gu Nianji couldn't help laughing. TSK. Look who's talking. You Americans are talking to us about the spirit of contracts? How many treaties did your president just cancel? Do you want me to count for you? The TPP, the Climate Agreement, the Iran Nuclear Agreement, the Universal Postal Service, and the INF Treaty. Do you know what your president said when he withdrew from these treaties? He said that this was a bad and stupid treaty that should never have been signed. If our company cancelled an order, it must be for the same reason. This was a bad and stupid order that should never have been signed. If they paid a deposit, I think they should ask for a 100% refund of the deposit. Gu Nianji used the words of the President of the United States to slap them in the face. The CNN reporters were almost speechless. At that moment, a Japanese reporter politely bowed to Gu Nianji and said, "Ms. Gu, we noticed that the doctors in your country just performed a very outstanding surgery. The simulated metal stent that was installed on the patient was very well made. Not only was it of high quality, but it also reflected very advanced technology. May I ask if this technology was imported from Germany or the United States? I remember that Germany and the United States signed a technology blockade treaty against China. This technology was included in the blockade treaty. May I ask how you managed to break through the blockade and obtain this technology from Germany and the United States?" This was basically saying that the Huaxia Empire had stolen commercial technology secrets from Germany and the United States. The smile on Gu Nianji's face gradually faded as she stared at the tall and thin Japanese reporter. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1999, Look Who's Talking. There were 2 updates today. 8:00 in the evening the next day. Moi, little angels. Chapter 2011. Gu Nianji looked at the Japanese journalist calmly, but her heart was already in turmoil. She wanted nothing more than to push his head into the toilet and make him rinse his mouth and brush his teeth so that he wouldn't spout dirty words. Unfortunately, there were too many people around. Her every move now represented Speaker Long, the Senate, and the entire country. At this time, she couldn't say that her words and actions were personal behavior and not national behavior. She couldn't even raise her voice to question him. This was because in Western culture, speaking loudly meant that one had a guilty conscience and lacked manners. Even if one was in the right, one would still be in the wrong. Hu Xiaoheng had asked the professionals of the Special Operations Forces to give her special training on this point. State employees who were visiting abroad had to learn to control their emotions. Gu Nianji's eyes were much colder. Her bright and beautiful black eyes looked at the Japanese journalist who was smiling humbly. She said coolly, "Who are you? Which country? Which newspaper?" The Japanese journalist bowed again and said, "I am a journalist from Japan's XX News. My name is Narita Yamaguchi. Please take the time to answer my question just now, Miss Gu." "Thank you." Gu Nianji nodded and said politely, "Usually, journalists who ask questions will introduce themselves, but a journalist from your newspaper asked a question immediately. Out of caution and procedural considerations, I had to ask for your name and the news agency you work for. Please don't take offense, Mr. Narita." "Not at all." No. Narita Yamaguchi narrowed his eyes almost imperceptibly. Now can you answer my question? Gu Nianji smiled and her tone became even more gentle. May I ask Mr. Narita, how much do you know about the United States and Germany's technology blockade treaty against the Huaxia Empire? Narita Yamaguchi came prepared and quickly said, I know it very well. I can recite it backwards. As he spoke, he repeated the relevant technical terms. Gu Nianji didn't understand the treaty and didn't care whether what this person said was right or wrong. She quickly memorized every word this person said, then immediately repeated it and said, What I just repeated was what you said, which is the content of the treaty, right? Narita Yamaguchi couldn't continue to maintain the humble smile on his face. He nodded with a straight face and reluctantly said, Yes. The special technical terms he had just said were almost 1,000 words long, and it took him 2 days to memorize them. It took him a full 10 minutes. However, Gu Nianji only heard it once before repeating it without missing a word. Not to mention anything else, this mechanical memory ability could be said to be like a recording machine. The press conference venue of the Dutch Parliament was instantly silent. Only Gu Nianji's sweet and fluent English echoed in everyone's ears. In terms of English pronunciation, Gu Nianji was much better than the Japanese journalist, but that wasn't the point. Narita Yamaguchi's face was a little twisted, and he suddenly asked. Ms. Gu has also read this clause. Did you recite it word for word? This was a hint that Gu Nianji had come prepared, and that she hadn't memorized it on the spot. Gu Nianji spread her hands. Reporter Narita, this treaty has nothing to do with our country. Why should I study it? In fact, if you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known about this treaty. However, Narita Yamaguchi's question was sinister enough. Although there was no evidence and Gu Nianji didn't admit it, most of the people present believed Narita Yamaguchi's words. They thought that Gu Nianji happened to have prepared beforehand, so she could immediately repeat it. In this way, everyone's admiration and amazement immediately lessened. When they looked at Gu Nianji again, their gazes were a little subtle. Gu Nianji understood the effect of Narita Yamaguchi's defamation of her ability, so of course she wasn't happy. However, at this time, whether she had prepared beforehand or not wasn't the point. The point was, after Gu Nianji repeated the special technical clause that the Japanese journalist had mentioned and confirmed that she wasn't wrong, she asked Narita Yamaguchi, Then may I ask Mr. Narita Yamaguchi, do you understand the technical characteristics of our Huaxia Empire's simulated metal stent production process? Narita Yamaguchi couldn't maintain his etiquette on the surface. He sneered and said, Your Huaxia Empire hides this technology like it's a treasure. How would I know the specific technical characteristics of the technology? Ha! Gu Nianji shook her head, her expression completely cold, but her voice was still very gentle. She said politely, You actually don't know the technical characteristics of our country's simulated metal stent production process. What right do you have to say that we use technology from another country? It's because you've seen the simulated metal stent produced by other countries. Is it exactly the same as the one produced by our country? Even the technical specifications are the same. Gu Nianji deliberately set a trap for Narita Yamaguchi. Narita Yamaguchi looked down at the data and didn't speak for a moment. The CNN journalists couldn't wait any longer and quickly said. The appearance is not quite the same, and the technical specifications are also different. I see that the simulated metal stent produced by your country has much better data than the simulated metal stent produced by our country. This data isn't fake, right? Is it really not copying our country's technology? In short, as long as the quality of the products produced by the Huaxia Empire was better than that of foreign countries, then it was either data falsification or copying technology from other countries. Gu Nianji was an online child who grew up in the era of the internet. She had long been displeased with the attitude of foreign countries that easily used the worst to speculate about the Huaxia Empire. She raised her head slightly and said calmly, The simulated metal stent that we produced has already been implanted into a patient's body. Whether its performance specifications are reliable or not, time will give the answer. But just because our data specifications are better than yours, you say that we falsified it. May I ask this CNN reporter, did you rely on the American AA system to get into university? What about your logic? Did you return it to the logic teacher, or did you not take logic classes at all? The US's AA system is similar to China's college entrance examination bonus system. But it only looks at race and skin color. Generally speaking, American students who relied on AA to get into a prestigious school did not have good grades. Japan's Narita Yamaguchi saw that the situation was not good and immediately said, "Ms. Gu, please mind your manners. You're hindering the freedom of the press by talking about a CNN reporter like that." Gu Nyinji smiled nonchalantly and said humorously, "If telling the truth is obstructing the freedom of the press, then it's no wonder CNN was called the false news center by the President of the United States because it obstructs your freedom to spread rumors and create false news. If the President of the United States were standing here, you CNN reporters would have already been asked to leave. Do you still want to ask questions?" The hall immediately burst into laughter. After all, the whole world knows how much the President of the United States hates CNN and will not miss any opportunity to call them fake news. They spared no effort in asking the CNN reporters to leave the venue. Gu Nyinji turned to look at Narita Yamaguchi and asked with a smile, "Reporter Narita, may I ask if you've ever said that the President of the United States is obstructing the freedom of the press?" Narita Yamaguchi was tongue-tied. He was not used to Gu Nyinji's style. Wasn't she the chief legal advisor of the parliament? Her eloquence was comparable to that of a news reporter. Didn't she pay attention to the demeanor of a great country? How dare she directly attack a news reporter? Of course, Gu Nyinji wouldn't let him off the hook. She continued, "Since you didn't say that the President of the United States' actions are obstructing the freedom of the press, I was only asking an academic question just now. How did it become obstructing the freedom of the press?" Seeing that Gu Nyinji had subtly changed the topic to the President of the United States again, and that the reporters in the venue had begun to joke about the President of the United States, Narita Yamaguchi was secretly anxious. He thought to himself that this female legal advisor was really good at changing the topic. He coughed heavily and said, "Ms. Gu, please don't change the topic. Can you directly answer the question that I and that CNN reporter just asked?" "I was answering your question just now, but unfortunately, you said that I was obstructing the freedom of the press." Gu Nyinji pretended to sigh awkwardly. "What do you want me to do? If I speak, I'm obstructing the freedom of the press. If I don't speak, I'm changing the topic. It's a sign of a guilty conscience. Can you all agree on the same thing before asking questions? Everyone's time is very precious. Wasting time is the most shameful thing." Gu Nyinji spoke with conviction, but her attitude was still modest and polite. She wasn't as humble as the Japanese reporters, nor was she as arrogant as the American reporters. Narita Yamaguchi's face reddened, but he still braced himself and said, "Please answer the question." "Okay, as long as you don't say that I'm obstructing the freedom of the press." Gu Nyinji patted her chest with her hand and blinked her large, bright eyes. She smiled and said, "This is the question I wanted to ask reporter Narita. Do you understand the characteristics of this technology in our country?" Narita Yamaguchi snapped back to reality and immediately said, "How would I understand? I'm not like the people in your country who steal other people's technology at every turn." He made it sound like the Japanese had never stolen technology from the Huaxia Empire. Gu Nyinji recalled the past in Japan's Operation Borrowed Seed. She only wanted to sneer. Not only had they stolen technology, but they had also stolen genes. However, this wasn't the time to bring up history. Gu Nyinji's expression turned completely cold. She said word by word, "Since you don't understand our country's technology, what right do you have to say that our country used another country's technology? You still need evidence to sue in court." Can a news reporter casually frame someone without regard for the legal consequences? Gu Nianji struck while the iron was hot and said seriously, given that this Japanese reporter spoke without thinking on an important diplomatic occasion and caused great damage to the reputation of the Huaxia Empire, I'm now representing the Senate to seriously consider using legal means to sue reporter Narita Yamaguchi for defamation and framing. Narita Yamaguchi's pupils suddenly shrank, and he immediately said, I have evidence. I have evidence to prove that the characteristics of your technology are the same as foreign technology. Oh. Then where did you get the evidence? As far as I know, this technology is a first-class trade secret of our country. It's kept confidential for 50 years. May I ask what illegal means you used to obtain it? Gu Nianji thought to herself, this is a technology developed by my father himself. It's 20 years ahead of the most advanced technology in the world. You say it was stolen from another country. What a big face. She said calmly, then all the more reason for us to sue reporter Narita for allegedly engaging in commercial espionage in our country. Just you wait to receive our country's indictment. We will sue reporter Narita in the International Intellectual Property Arbitration Court for stealing our country's first-class trade secret, which is protected by a patent. This was the second chapter of the day, Chapter 2000, Thief Crying Thief. There were 2 chapters of the day. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2012. Narita Yamaguchi glared at Gu Nianji and couldn't maintain his humble and polite posture anymore. He yelled, You can't sue me. You have no evidence. When you accused our country of stealing other countries' commercial technology, you also had no evidence, Gu Nianji said slowly with a polite smile on her face. It was a stark contrast to the Narita reporter whose face was purple and whose eyes looked like they were about to explode. The Westerners present subconsciously leaned towards Gu Nianji's position because Narita Yamaguchi's shouting was a form of expression that Westerners hated. They didn't think loud voices were reasonable. On the contrary, in public, whoever was calmer would have the upper hand. The yelling Narita reporter quickly realized that the people around him had all left, leaving him alone in the middle of the venue. He had never been humiliated like this. He clenched his fists in hatred towards Gu Nianji and looked like he wanted to give her a punch. Miss Gu, you're not a diplomat. Do you have to be so aggressive? Narita Yamaguchi roared. Gu Nianji stood on the podium that was raised above the ground and spoke gently into the microphone. Reporter Narita, first of all, I think you've forgotten that I'm not a diplomat. I'm the chief legal counsel of the Senate. Secondly, if you only humiliated me personally, I could forgive you and not resort to legal action. But you humiliated my country. I have no right to forgive you on behalf of my country and my people, so I will definitely sue you. If you think you're representing your country, that's fine. You can ask your country to help you respond to the lawsuit. I studied law and am now the chief legal advisor of the upper house of Huaxia's parliament. Suing you is my job. Gu Nianji slowly looked at all the reporters in the venue as she spoke. She smiled and said, Everyone, listen up. If there is any false news attempting to smear the Huaxia Empire in the future, Gu Nianji, only have one thing to say, I'll see you in the international court. Lawsuits were her specialty, and she didn't fight them to win. She fought them to waste the other party's personal wealth. Even if she had to drag it out, she had to drag out this group of reporters who liked to stir up trouble and smear other countries. Lawyer fees abroad were very expensive. The sky-high lawyer fees would be enough to make these reporters think twice before starting rumors. The reporters were instantly stunned by Gu Nianji. Once upon a time, to these foreign reporters, defaming Huaxia and the Chinese was the easiest, most effective, and most politically correct way to do it. Because they didn't have to worry about any consequences. No matter how ridiculous, shameless, and irrational the rumors were, they would never tire of spreading them. So what if it was exposed as a lie? Everyone knew that the Chinese were the same as the Chinese. They were both afraid of trouble and preferred to keep the peace. As such, who wouldn't start a rumor without consequences? This time, Gu Nianji wanted to let them know that if they continued to spread rumors, what awaited them would be devastating financial losses. Especially this kind of lawsuit with the laws of other countries, the boss behind them would not support them. If they got into trouble, they would have to spend their own money to hire a lawyer. Who could stand up to a country in an international court? The other party had a national-level legal team. Who could afford to waste time with them? Gu Nianji knew this characteristic very well, so she specifically hit them where it hurt. Why didn't the reporters from Western countries dare to say a bad word about the black people? It wasn't that they were really self-disciplined, but the consequences of speaking ill of the black people were too serious. They could easily lose their jobs and could never be hired by the industry again. This kind of strict punishment was the main reason why the reporters kept their mouths shut and didn't speak without thinking. Gu Nianji was only learning from foreigners to control foreigners. Narita Yamaguchi was very alarmed to find that he had become the chicken that Gu Nianji killed to scare the monkeys. He clenched his fists and released them again. He really wanted to give in because he didn't want to directly confront the team behind Gu Nianji. However, Gu Nianji didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Her gaze turned to the CNN reporters and she said dryly, "And you guys, you also slandered and spread rumors about our country just now. I will collect the relevant evidence and send the indictment to your work units." The CNN reporters were even more unprincipled than Narita Yamaguchi. They immediately changed their expressions and said tactfully, "I'm sorry, Ms. Gu. We just listened to the Japanese reporter's words and believed it without verifying it. We were wrong. We solemnly apologize to you and your country." Gu Nianji smiled and said, "It seems like your president has taught you a lesson. Since you have already apologized, I won't pursue it for now." However, before she finished speaking, Narita Yamaguchi had already come back to his senses and said coldly, "No matter how glib your tongue is, no matter how you threaten and bribe, there is a problem when your country's technology suddenly has a breakthrough. What's wrong? Can't you even question it?" Gu Nianji's smile quickly disappeared, and her face also darkened. She said, "Just now, Narita Yamaguchi clearly said that he had conclusive evidence, but in the blink of an eye, he changed his words and said that he was only questioning. May I ask how many times do you change your words in a day? Do you know that the more you say, the more mistakes you make?" "Humph. Let's wait and see," Narita Yamaguchi said fiercely and turned to leave. Gu Nianji laughed behind him and teased, "It's really a classic exit scene for the villain in the movie. What's so good about Narita Yamaguchi? Why did he learn from the villain in the movie?" Everyone laughed happily in the venue again. Narita Yamaguchi was so angry that his throat was about to emit smoke, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly left the venue and returned to his hotel. The Huaxia Imperial Senate's visit to the Netherlands became famous because of the sudden incident on the last day. The video of Gu Nianji single-handedly confronting the reporters from several countries at the press conference was repeatedly played in China. Whether it was on television or the internet, this clip was very popular. After Lu Jin watched the video at home, he was so angry at the Japanese reporters and the American CNN reporters that he stomped his feet. He pulled open the curtains and cursed in the direction of Japan for a full half an hour. Lu Yuan glanced at him speechlessly and said, "You're in the imperial capital, so far away from Japan. What's the use of cursing now? These Japanese bastards are slandering me for stealing other people's technology." Lu Jin was furious. "How can I tolerate this? It's clearly someone else who stole my technology. What do they have that's worth me stealing? Yes, this matter indeed needs to be resolved." As Lu Yuan spoke, he took out a few documents for Lu Jin to sign. Your patent was applied in your name. Now that you've used the patent to buy shares, this simulated metal scaffold will become the intellectual property owned by our Lu Corporation. Lu Jin immediately signed all the documents Lu Yuan gave him without even looking at them. On the day that Gu Nianji and Speaker Long returned to China, Lu Corporation LLC officially filed a transnational lawsuit against the Japanese reporters from Narita Yamaguchi. Because Narita Yamaguchi had publicly smeared their company's patented products internationally and affected their performance, they claimed a huge amount of compensation from Narita Yamaguchi that was 10 times their turnover, which was equivalent to almost 100 billion yen. After Lu Corporation sued, everyone discovered that this company was the new company that had previously used an electric car battery to affect the entire electric car market. As soon as this matter was exposed, the international doubts about the metal scaffold finally disappeared. Because the technology of that electric car battery was so advanced, it didn't seem too out of place to look at this simulated metal stent again. Gu Nianji appeared at the cabin door of the plane and saw Hua Xiaoheng standing next to General Ji. She immediately smiled. She waved her hand downwards. Speaker Long walked in front, very pleased with himself. The group of people got off the plane, and Speaker Long laughed loudly at General Ji. Old G. How is it? My people are amazing, aren't they? This successor of his, he had chosen really well. He no longer had to look at General Ji's successor with envy. General Ji nodded with a smile. Old Long, you've finally gotten what you wanted. He looked at Gu Nianji and reached out his hand to her. Nianji, you've made a name for yourself this time. In the future, you have to work harder. Don't be arrogant and rash, and work hard for our country. Yes, Chief. Gu Nianji nodded slightly and asked, General Ji, why are you here? I didn't expect us to be so important. General Ji glanced at Hua Xiaoheng with a smile and said, I didn't need to come, but someone was distracted. I had nothing to do anyway, so I came to pick up Old Long. Gu Nianji blushed slightly and whispered to Hua Xiaoheng, Major General Hua, I need to go back to the Senate first. Hua Xiaoheng said without hesitation, I'll take you there. Speaker Long folded his hands behind his back and smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. Xiaoheng, Nianji is working right now. You can't disturb her work. Hua Xiaoheng acted like he was doing business and said calmly, I'm indeed taking Nianji for work. Oh. What work? Are you going to hire Nianji as your legal advisor? Speaker Long shook his head with amusement and walked to his private car. General Ji said to Hua Xiaoheng, I'll go back first. Come back for the meeting after you're done with your work. Hua Xiaoheng saluted General Ji. Yes, Major General. Gu Nianji was curious. Looking at Hua Xiaoheng, it seemed like he really did have something to do. Therefore, she didn't take the car that the Senate had sent to pick them up. Instead, she got in Hua Xiaoheng's car. Major General Hua, what's the matter? Don't scare me. Gu Nianji said with a smile. She didn't feel scared at all. Hua Xiaoheng started the car and quickly drove into the torrent of steel in the imperial capital that morning. He skillfully turned the steering wheel and said in a low voice. Narita Yamaguchi, the Japanese reporter who questioned you in the Netherlands. Do you still remember him? How could I not? Gu Nianji smoothed her hair and rested her arm on the window. She yawned lazily. He was the stepping stone for me to become famous in one battle. Our people were following him in the Netherlands, but he actually got rid of them. Hua Xiaoheng continued. What? Gu Nianji suddenly sat up straight. She was extremely surprised. He's just a reporter. How can he be so good at anti-tracking? This was the first update of the day, Chapter 2001, Learning from the Foreigners to Defeat the Foreigners. There were 2 updates today. 8:00 o'clock in the evening of the second update. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Helen 3500 meatballs for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi, everyone, little angels. Chapter 2013. Hua Xiaohe grunted. I didn't pay special attention to him at first. Following him was a daily routine. The Special Operations Forces has a special file on people who plan to defame our country abroad. Gu Nianji laughed softly. This is what it means to not fight an unprepared battle, right? Otherwise, what would the Special Operations Forces do? Hua Xiaoheng also laughed. We can't act within the country, but overseas is our main battlefield. That Narita reporter really made a fool of himself. Gu Nianji made a face and looked at the blue sky and white clouds outside the car window. She was in a good mood. More or less. Hua Xiaoheng didn't think much of it. Although Narita Pass was secretive, Hua Xiaoheng didn't care. The main reason he brought it up was to take the opportunity to spend more time with Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji sensed Hua Xiaoheng's hidden feelings and felt the sweetness in her heart. She only hated the seat belt on the car seat and couldn't sit closer to Hua Xiaoheng. She still moved closer to Hua Xiaoheng and smiled. You miss me a lot. No. Hua Xiaoheng said calmly, it's just work. Gu Nianji didn't give up and continued to ask, then are you busy these days? Hua Xiaoheng smiled slightly and knew Gu Nianji understood his feelings, but he still said nothing, same as usual. Seeing him like this, Gu Nianji knew that he wouldn't directly express his feelings, but she still liked his enthusiasm. She liked it to death. Then you're busy. Gu Nianji deliberately said, thank you so much, Chief Hua, for taking time out of your busy schedule to pick me up. This was the look of someone who was trying to act innocent after getting a bargain. The corners of her lips curled downwards as if she was wronged, but her jade-like pupils were flickering with light. Her eyeballs swiveled around, looking intelligent and threatening. Hua Xiaoheng's hands itched, so he held the steering wheel with one hand and reached out with the other to pinch Gu Nianji's face. But when he reached out and touched Gu Nianji's soft and delicate skin, he couldn't bear to do it. He changed from pinching to caressing. Gu Nianji pressed his hand and pressed her face into his palm. She blushed and said, but I missed you so much. Hua Xiaoheng's palm was warm and soft, and he could feel her warm breath. Even a man with a heart of stone couldn't take it anymore. He held Gu Nianji's hand and squeezed it. You win. I missed you so much. The corners of Gu Nianji's lips immediately curled up, and the smile in her eyes deepened. However, she still pretended to be reserved and said, just think about it. What's there to win? Do we still have to compete? Hua Xiaoheng knew Gu Nianji all too well. She talked big, but she was actually a very clean freak when it came to relationships. She couldn't tolerate even a speck of sand. Don't think that women will be magnanimous in this aspect. No matter how nice her words are, it's just a hypocrisy. If he really believed it, then all these years of training to see through people's minds would have been a waste. Hua Xiaoheng smirked and glanced at her from the corner of his eye. The shape of his face outlined the straight bridge of his nose and the perfect shape of his lips. Gu Nianji's heart was pounding like thunder. She wanted nothing more than to hang on to him, hook her arms around his neck, and kiss his lips. I want to kiss you, Gu Nianji whispered. Hua Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. He slammed on the accelerator and drove off the highway to a secluded area. He parked the car on the side of the road. He didn't even have time to unbuckle his seatbelt before he leaned over and wrapped his arms around Gu Nianji's shoulders. He lowered his head and kissed her. They kissed for an unknown amount of time until someone knocked on the car window. Following the sound, the tan glass reflected a figure outside the car. It was tall and strong, and seemed to be someone familiar. Hua Xiaoheng lowered the window and saw Yin Shixiang's smiling face. I'm sorry to disturb you too. Our tracking device malfunctioned and discovered that your car deviated from the normal route, so we came to see if there was anything wrong. May I ask what just happened? Was it a car malfunction? Gu Nianji knew that Hu Xiaoheng's car had specially made windows and couldn't be seen from the outside, but she still blushed. She brushed her hair away from her face in embarrassment and said with a smile, "Brother Xiong, if you keep this up, do you believe I won't call Chi-Chi in the middle of the night?" "Yes. I believe you." Yin Shixiang quickly raised his hands and took a step back with a smile. "Okay, it was Speaker Long who told us to escort Nianji back to the Senate." "Hu Xiao, Nianji is now more important than you." Hu Xiaoheng glanced at him and didn't say a word. He stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove away. Yin Shixiang smiled and shook his head. He thought to himself, "Boss, you deserve this." After dropping Gu Nianji off at the Senate, Hu Xiaoheng took out an insulated lunchbox from the back seat of the car and handed it to Gu Nianji. "President Liu made this for you. I know you can't go back immediately, so I'll make you a feast when we get back." Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. She excitedly pounced on Hu Xiaoheng and kissed him on the cheek again. "Hu Xiao, you're the best. How did you know that I was thinking about President Liu's delicious food day and night abroad? Aren't you thinking about me day and night?" Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and calmly unbuckled her seatbelt. "Little liar." Gu Nianji pursed her lips and blinked her large eyes. She drawled, "Hu Xiao, I do think about you day and night, but you can't eat it." "I can't eat it." Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his thumb against Gu Nianji's well-defined lips. "I'll let you eat your fill when we get back tonight." He looked at her meaningfully and even curled the corners of his mouth into a devilish smile. His masculine demeanor suddenly had a hint of seduction that could disturb a pool of spring water. Gu Nianji's chest heated up and swelled from his teasing. She blushed and pushed open the car door. She hurriedly got out and ran to the elevator of the Senate building. Along the way, the members and staff of the Senate greeted her excitedly. She also nodded and smiled subconsciously, but she couldn't even recognize who they were in her mind. Gu Nianji didn't come back to her senses until she returned to her office. Hu Xiaoheng had just teased her. He had even taken advantage of her. Could he eat it? How could he eat it? Gu Nianji hadn't finished making a face when she suddenly understood. Not only was her face red, but even the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were full of lust. Without hesitation, she took her phone and sent Hu Xiaoheng an angry text message. Not long after, Hu Xiaoheng replied to her, "Be good, I'll let you eat your fill tonight." Life was really unbearable. Gu Nianji put down her phone with a blank expression. She wondered what was wrong with her. Why couldn't she just continue to bicker with someone like Hu Xiaoheng? With her level of flirting, she would be forced into a dead end by Hu Xiaoheng in less than 3 sentences. She would be at his mercy. Gu Nianji went to the bathroom in the office to wash up and calm down the blush on her face. After coming out to eat the food that Lu Yuan had meticulously cooked, she immediately gathered her assistants for a meeting. "Everyone knows that we're going to sue the Narita Yamaguchi reporter from Japan's XX News. Now everyone is divided into groups of 2. The 2 of you go and investigate the legal address that Narita Yamaguchi registered in Japan. The 2 of you go and prepare the indictment. The rest of you go and collect evidence. If necessary, you can ask the Special Operations Forces for help. They're experts abroad and can help us get evidence." Gu Nianji glanced at them again. "This is the first time we've sued a foreign reporter over a foreign news story. I don't need to repeat the confidentiality regulations. If it's violated, I'll directly hand it over to the judicial authorities." "Got it, Chief Gu." Her subordinates were all in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. They were the first team that she had carefully selected, and she hoped that they would be able to continue with her. After assigning tasks, Gu Nianji went to report her work to Speaker Long. After listening carefully, Speaker Long instructed, "There's no harm in blowing this matter up. The lawsuit isn't the point. The point is to let people at home and abroad know our confidence and determination to protect the country's reputation." Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. "I want those people to know that not only are we not afraid of trouble, but we're also not afraid of stirring up trouble. The best defense was offense. If they were always in a passive state of defense, it would be quite boring." Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow and thought to herself, "Don't think that you're the only ones who can stir up trouble. When I, Gu Nianji, stir up trouble online, you reporters can only stare." After getting off the plane, she was busy at the Senate for the whole day. When she got home, it was already early evening. Lu Jin came to pick her up that night. When Lu Jin's hands left the steering wheel and he lowered his head to look for something in his briefcase, Gu Nianji was terrified and quickly said, "Dad, drive carefully. We'll talk when we get back." Lu Jin didn't even look up and said, "It's fine. This is a car that I modified to drive on autopilot. It's a good chance to test its driving ability." Gu Nianji. She gritted her teeth and didn't say anything else. She just stared at Lu Jin's steering wheel. If anything abnormal happened, she would rush over and grab the steering wheel. However, she didn't know if Lu Jin's car was particularly powerful or if the pedestrians on the road were particularly modest, but the father and daughter didn't encounter any problems along the way. However, Gu Nianji was in trouble. She was so nervous that she couldn't even move her legs when she got out of the car. Hu Xiaoheng appeared out of nowhere and carried her out of the car. Lu Jin rubbed his head and asked with concern, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Why can't you walk when you see Major General Hua?" Gu Nianji pursed her lips and had no choice but to hug Hu Xiaoheng's neck. She said with a fake smile, "No, I'm just too tired. Dad's car is so good that I don't even want to get out of the car." "I know. Ha ha ha, I told you it's best if I pick you up. I'll be the one to pick you up from now on." "No, no, no. Dad, your time is too precious. You can't waste it on such a small matter." Gu Nianji quickly shook her head. "I'll drive myself from now on. I haven't driven in a long time, and my hands are itchy." "Okay then." Lu Jin didn't understand Gu Nianji's feelings at all. He thought that Gu Nianji was feeling sorry for him. He smiled and followed Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng into the elevator back to Song Jinning's apartment. After entering the door, Hu Xiaoheng put Gu Nianji down. Gu Nianji asked curiously, "It's been so long. Hasn't your apartment been renovated yet?" Lu Yuan walked out of the kitchen and glanced at her without batting an eyelid. Gu Nianji immediately changed her words. "Renovations are a big deal. Even if they're done, it might be left empty for 6 months to a year to get some fresh air. Otherwise, there will be pollution from the renovation." Lu Yuan smiled. "Nianji, you're back. Thank you for your hard work. What do you want to eat?" "I'll make it for you tomorrow and send it to the council." Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. No matter how good Lu Yuan was to her, he had never brought her food like he did Song Jinning. Something must have happened for him to suddenly say that. She smiled and nodded. "Then I'll be waiting for President Lu's good food tomorrow." This was today's second update, Chapter 2002, Not Afraid of Trouble, and Not Afraid of Causing Trouble. There were 2 updates today. P.S. Let me sigh with emotion. 2,000 chapters, exactly 6 million words, which was an average of 3,000 words per chapter. Based on the most expensive account, which was 5 cents per 1,000 words, it was 15 cents per chapter to read the original version. This book had been serialized for 2.5 years, and on average, it was about 6,000 words a day. In other words, it was only 30 cents a day to read the original version. So, if you like this book, please subscribe to the original version. It's only 30 cents a day moi, little angels. Chapter 2014. When she finally returned home from the Senate building, Gu Nianji didn't even finish her dinner. She was so sleepy that she was about to pass out. Hua Xiaoheng knew she was exhausted. She had just gotten off the plane in the morning and had been busy at the Senate for a whole day. At night, she was still so scared by Lu Jin's autopilot car that she couldn't even move her legs. Most people would have collapsed to the ground after encountering so many things. It was already very good that Gu Nianji hadn't been able to open her eyes until now. Half supporting and half carrying Gu Nianji, he brought her back to his official residence at the Special Operations Forces headquarters. Gu Nianji immediately fell asleep and slept until almost noon the next day. When she woke up, she looked at the dark bedroom and thought that it was still dark outside. After sobering up for a while, he took out his phone and looked at it, only to find that it was already noon the next day. She woke up all of a sudden, got up quickly, took her clothes to the bathroom to take a shower, and put on a facial mask. After cleaning herself up, she came out of her room. In the dining room downstairs, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze were having lunch. Hua Xiaoheng had already finished eating and was reading the briefing. Gu Nianji walked over with a smile and said, "Hua Xiao, did you help me apply for leave today?" Hua Xiaoheng didn't even raise his head as he replied calmly, "You didn't wake up no matter how I called you this morning, so I helped you ask Speaker Long for a leave of absence." Gu Nianji sat down next to him and rested her head on his shoulder. She said sweetly, "We really have telepathy. I just woke up and looked at my watch. My intuition told me that you must have asked for leave for me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let her sleep for so long." Yin Shixiang snickered and tapped his knife and fork against the plate. He winked and said, "Nianji, I'm not afraid of bursting your rose dreams. I was the one who called Speaker Long this morning to ask for your leave." Gu Nianji immediately retorted, "Hua Xiao must have asked you to call, right?" Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang and said calmly, "There will be a meeting at the headquarters this afternoon to discuss the list of directors to be stationed in Africa next year. Big Xiong, I have high hopes for you." Yin Shixiang trembled in fear and screamed, "Hua Xiao. You're abusing your position for personal gain. Revenge." Zhao Liangze took a sip of his ice drink and smiled. "Big Xiong, my base at the Cape of Good Hope in Africa is developing very well. Why don't you go take a look? I haven't been there in a while. Go if you want to. I just got married. We can't just leave Chi behind." Yin Shixiang made a ruckus with half-truths and half-lies. Gu Nianji smiled. "Brother Xiong, Hua Xiao was just trying to scare you. He wouldn't actually do it. Right? Mr. Hua?" It was as if Hua Xiaoheng hadn't done it before. Hua Xiaoheng grunted after a long time. She couldn't understand what he meant at all. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. It seemed like Hua Xiao was still a different existence to Gu Nianji. Soon, Gu Nianji's food was delivered. She ate 2 mouthfuls before realizing something and said, "President Liu clearly said that he was going to the Senate to deliver food to me. Did you inform President Liu?" Hua Xiaoheng put down the briefing and said, "No, should I call President Liu?" Gu Nianji quickly took out her phone and dialed Liu Yuan's number. "CEO Liu, this is Nianji. Where are you now?" Liu Yuan was standing in front of Gu Nianji's office with a lunchbox. Looking at the big, "On leave" label by the door, Liu Yuan smiled bitterly. "Chief Gu, shouldn't you inform me in advance if you're on leave?" Gu Nianji, she wasn't used to Liu Yuan being so polite all of a sudden. After a while, she realized what was going on. Lu Yuan was probably near her office. Her office was in the Senate building, and there were people coming and going there. It wasn't good to be too familiar with her. At present, the number of people who knew about her relationship with Lu Yuan and Lu Jin was still relatively small. Gu Nianji quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, CEO Lu. After I got home yesterday, I felt like I had fainted and slept until now. This morning, Major General Hu sent someone to ask Speaker Long for leave. I'm not going to work today. Why don't you come to Major General Hu's place? I'm at Major General Hu's official residence." Lu Yuan nodded. "I'll be right there. Please wait a moment." Gu Nianji put down her knife and fork happily. "What about lunch? Bring it over." Hu Xiaoheng silently dragged Gu Nianji's bowl over and finished her lunch. Gu Nianji coughed lightly to cover up. "Major General Hu, your orderly's cooking has been average recently." The corners of Yin Shixiang's mouth twitched. He smiled and said, "Nianji, you weren't picky in the past. You ate happily at Major General Hu's place. I'm not picky now either." Gu Nianji's eyes darted around as she watched Hu Xiaoheng's movements from the corner of her eye. She said, "I just can't let CEO Lu bring me food for nothing." "You still say you're not picky?" Yin Shixiang glared at her. "If Major General Hu made these dishes himself, would you eat them?" Major General Hu made them himself. "They're much better than this," Gu Nianji said confidently. "How many people are willing to make do with something delicious after eating it? That's all you're after." Zhao Liangzi finished his lunch and put the dishes on the tray. He said, "I'm done. I have a meeting in the afternoon. I'll go back to the office to organize the materials first." Yin Shixiang also stood up and said, "I'm going too. Otherwise, I'll be sent to Africa. I'll live up to my name as an unlucky person." Gu Nianji winked at him. "Brother Xiong, I have high hopes for you. Chi-Chi is a lucky person." Yin Shixiang pointed at her with his finger and left Hu Xiaoheng's official residence with a smile. After Hu Xiaoheng finished Gu Nianji's meal, he had no intention of leaving. He picked up a newspaper from the magazine rack at the back and continued reading. Gu Nianji felt a little guilty and talked to Hu Xiaoheng from time to time. Hu Xiaoheng only used one syllable to brush her off the entire time. Gu Nianji was too embarrassed to argue with Hu Xiaoheng. When Lu Yuan came in with the food box, Gu Nianji was relieved. She skipped over and took the food box from Lu Yuan's hand. "President Lu, you're finally here. I'm a person who keeps his promises." "You keep your promises?" Lu Yuan teased her with a smile. "You keep your promises, but I ended up empty-handed." Hee hee. Gu Nianji took out a plate of delicious food from the food box and placed it in front of her. She picked up her chopsticks and said with a smile, "Of course I keep my promises. I said I wanted to eat the food you sent me, so I ate the food you sent me. I didn't even eat a single grain of rice cooked by someone else." Lu Yuan, Hu Xiaoheng flipped a page of the newspaper as if nothing had happened and continued to stare at it. Lu Yuan was secretly amused, but he didn't expose the undercurrent between the two of them. He just went to the kitchen to make himself a cup of tea and sat opposite Gu Nianji. He watched her eat in big mouthfuls for a while before saying, "Nianji, we wanted to sue that Narita Yamaguchi reporter." Gu Nianji nodded. "We wanted to sue him too." "Why?" "But we found out that he was missing. Our lawyer in Japan couldn't find him and couldn't serve the court subpoena." Gu Nianji was very surprised. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and said in surprise, "You've already filed a case in Japan? So fast. From the moment he humiliated you in the Netherlands, your father couldn't wait to teach him a lesson," Lu Yuan said with a smile. He glanced at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "Xiaoheng, did your people keep an eye on this person in Japan?" Hua Xiaoheng closed the newspaper and threw it to the side. He said, "We lost him in the Netherlands. There's no news of him leaving the Netherlands for the time being." "Where did you find out that he went back to Japan?" Lu Yuan smiled sheepishly and said, "It was Professor Lu, who hacked into the internet of Narita's news agency and found his phone number." But surprisingly, Narita used a very old phone. Other than making calls, he couldn't even send or receive text messages. He could only look at the weather and stock data. Gu Nianji understood and said, "Then it's useless to hack into his phone." "Yes, there's nothing in his address book, let alone store it. He can't even save a high-definition photo." Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "It seems that Uncle Lu is a little faster than us." "Our talent has just infiltrated the news agency where Narita works, and there's no news yet. I'll make a long story short. Professor Lu found that he couldn't hack into Narita's phone, so he installed a GPS system in his phone. That way, we'll know immediately where he goes." "But how can we prove that the phone is in his hands?" Gu Nianji asked curiously. "If the phone was given to someone else or lost, wouldn't we lose track of the target?" "Yes, that's possible." Lu Yuan nodded. "The closest signal that Professor Lu found was in Japan. Then the signal disappeared. We checked the recent entry and exit records of the Japanese customs and confirmed that Narita Yamaguchi had indeed returned to China. That's why we asked our lawyer in Japan to file a case in the court and follow the court to deliver the subpoena. But he's not at his home." This was the first update of the day. Chapter 2003, He's Not at Home. There were 2 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening. Moi, big shots, little angels. Chapter 2015. It's confirmed that he returned to Japan, but his phone's GPS signal disappeared, and Narita Yamaguchi himself disappeared. Gu Nianji frowned. "He's just a reporter. Aren't they trying to cover up by doing this? Is that necessary? Maybe we're chasing too closely, and the other party doesn't want Narita to cause trouble for them." Lu Yuan smiled as he turned the teacup in his hand. "First, Nianji sued on behalf of the country, and then our company also filed a civil lawsuit for damage to our interests. If there's someone behind Narita, they won't be willing to take on these 2 lawsuits by themselves. They'll definitely ask the person behind them to help him settle it." Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a beat, and he continued. "If the person behind him refuses to step forward, Narita will either threaten them or surrender to us in his desperation." He and Lu Yuan looked at each other, then said, "From the looks of it, this Narita Yamaguchi is already in danger." Gu Nianji took out her phone and searched for news about Japan. She frowned and said, "But if he really dies, it'll be very bad for us." The public opinion they had gained this time would immediately be wiped out by Narita's death. Lu Yuan and Hua Xiaoheng were also experts in this field, so they knew what Gu Nianji meant the moment they heard it. The 2 of them also frowned. Lu Yuan lowered his head and took a sip of tea. He pondered for a moment and said, "If he dies, the other party can twist it into saying that he was forced to die by us. People sympathize with the weak, especially those who are already dead. No matter how heinous he was when he was alive, most people think that death is the end of it. If they still want to pursue the matter, it would be our fault." Gu Nianji immediately said, "President Lu, hurry up and continue to sue. This time, sue the news agency that Narita works for higher compensation and say that Narita is only jointly and severally liable. As for our part, we will only sue the news agency that Narita works for. It's better to push the blame onto his employer than to sue Narita directly." Lu Yuan understood and patted Gu Nianji's head approvingly. Nianji's brain works fast. "Okay, that's a good idea. We'll continue to sue Narita's news agency for the main responsibility. After all, it's much more profitable to sue his employer than to sue himself. Hu Xiaoheng also said, our people will continue to follow up in Japan. If Narita is dead, we can't let the other party use his death to stir up trouble. This was not a personal grudge, but a national action that concerned the country's reputation. After lunch, Lu Yuan left and sent a message to his lawyer in Japan that he would continue to sue. This time, he would sue Narita's news organization, XX News, for being mainly responsible, and the amount of compensation demanded was even larger. The Lu Corporation immediately occupied the hot topic of public opinion internationally. This company, which had just been established, appeared out of nowhere. Relying on its strong technical strength, it quickly gained a foothold in the market. The other party's attempt to hype up the mysterious disappearance of the defendant Narita Yamaguchi also failed because the netizens were no longer easy to deceive. While he was spreading the news online, he encountered a powerful attack from an unknown power, and some people began to guess whether Narita had fled to avoid punishment. In the laboratory that was decorated in an avant-garde style, the researchers looked gloomily at the news on the internet. They felt so wrong that they could die. Why didn't Huaxia make peace this time? They were puzzled. Do you have any great experts or technologies in your hands? What's the background of that female leader of the council? Why is she different from the previous people? Not many people knew about Gu Nianji's background, and the leader of the laboratory wouldn't tell unrelated people that this wasn't the first time the two of them had fought. He sat quietly for a while, then picked up the landline phone on the table and dialed a number. Narita can't be kept alive. You guys continue with the next step. A few days later, Hu Xiaoheng also received a secret report from the Japanese field office. Narita committed suicide. A suicide note was left at the scene of his suicide, complaining that he was bullied to death by our country. Hu Xiaoheng knew that he was a step too late, so he immediately instructed, change the suicide note. Say that he was abandoned as a scapegoat and committed suicide because he had no other choice. The Special Operations Forces field personnel in Japan were all carefully selected people, and all of them were elites. In addition, they had been following Narita for a period of time and knew him inside and out very well. At that moment, the expert who forged Narita's handwriting immediately imitated Narita's handwriting and wrote a suicide note. He replaced the other party's forged suicide note and hid it at the scene of his suicide. In other words, as soon as the person who killed Narita left, our people followed up and set up a new trap. The next day, it was just dawn, and there was still the purple dawn of cherry blossoms on the horizon. Narita Yamaguchi's home was in a very distinctive small courtyard in the capital. When she arrived at Narita's house, the part-time cleaner used the key that Narita had given her to open the courtyard door and pushed the door open. In the traditional Japanese courtyard, the walls were white and the tiles were black. The courtyard was very neatly planned, and only a deliberately crooked path made of sheep intestines looked a little wild. In front of the low eaves was a low bonsai maple tree. The sparse shadow was slanted, and the maple leaves were red with vicissitudes of life. Layers of deep and light were scattered on the branches like a halo. Next to the marble steps in front of the door was a blue and white porcelain water tank with a few koi fish in it. They swam freely, and occasionally their golden tails swayed gently, making a splashing sound in the quiet morning. The part-time cleaner, wearing a traditional kimono and wooden clogs, smiled and pushed open the wooden sliding door of Narita's house. The living room, which was usually clean, was filled with the stench of blood. She looked down and saw that the ground was full of winding bloodstains. And at the end of the bloodstains, the tall and thin male owner was wearing a black bathrobe and a robe, kneeling in front of a small coffee table with a long knife in his chest. Ah! Murder! Murder! The part-time cleaner panicked and took a step back, almost falling down the steps. Soon, the sirens of ambulances, police cars, and even fire trucks cut through the sky, tearing the peace of this quiet community to pieces. At the same time, along with these police cars, there were also news reporters from Kyoto TV and several Japanese news portals. The police were still investigating the scene, but the media had already rushed to break the news. Reporter Narita Kuin, who was sued by the Chinese government and enterprises, was found to have committed suicide in his apartment this morning. This was a true rumor made with a false and objective tone. Even primary school students were fighting against bullying, but a big Eastern country actually used the power of the whole country to bully a poor reporter. This was a hidden, indirect, and scolding tone, hinting at the mastermind behind Narita Kuin's death. Then the media had already gone to interview Narita Kuin's colleagues and relatives. Narita Kuin was a good person. He was just a little introverted. It's possible that he couldn't think straight after encountering such a big thing. Narita Kuin. You're saying that the person who committed suicide was Narita Kuin, who was humiliated by the Hwaxia Parliament's chief legal advisor at the Hwaxia Parliament's press conference in the Netherlands. TSK, how pitiful. He was just doing his job, but he was actually forced to death by someone because of a disagreement. Narita Kuin had a very good temper since he was a child. He was gentle and filial. We all said that he was the most promising person in our family. I didn't expect. News about Narita Kuin flooded Japanese social media at almost the same time. These people knew the cause of his death better than the police. They insisted that Narita Kuin had committed suicide by being bullied by the Hwaxia Parliament. The police were embarrassed because they had searched for several days but still couldn't find Narita Kuin's suicide note. Some people couldn't wait. At the Hwaxia Parliament's regular press conference, a reporter from Japan immediately asked Gu Nianji questions. Excuse me, Chief Gu, are you secretly happy that you forced Narita Kuin to death? The reporter was short and plump, but his expression was solemn, as if he had lost his parents. Gu Nianji wasn't originally a spokesperson, but as the chief legal advisor, she had to attend every press conference to ensure that her spokesperson didn't make any legal mistakes. Now that she was being criticized, Gu Nianji certainly wouldn't sit still and wait for death. She took the microphone and said dryly, "Are you from the same agency as the Narita reporter?" "Yes, I'm his colleague." "Are you also trying to force me to death?" The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched, and she continued to say calmly, "I didn't see any official channels in Japan saying that the Narita reporter committed suicide. May I ask you, how did you find out? Do you even need to ask? The way he died, it was suicide." The person insisted that Narita Kuin had committed suicide. "You're not using this as an excuse, are you? Just because you say it was suicide, it's suicide. I'd say it was murder. Are you more powerful than the Japanese police, or are you covering for the murderer?" Gu Nianji looked down and ignored the reporter. She said calmly, "We don't answer hypothetical questions without any basis in fact. If the other party continues to pester us endlessly, it will be a false accusation. We already have a systematic prosecution system. Just tell us your name, and we guarantee that we will satisfy your need to go to court for attention." Gu Nianji's words quickly spread, and the video began to circulate on social media in Japan. Of course, it was subtitled in Japanese. The Japanese netizens were also confused after seeing it. Yes, where is the evidence of suicide? This was the confusion of ordinary netizens. At least the Kyoto police haven't announced the cause of death yet. Could it not be suicide? This was the doubt of thoughtful netizens. But it looks like it's no different from suicide. This was the embarrassment of the internet water army. The person who set up the trap was naturally furious. What happened to the suicide note? Where the hell did it go? Under some pressure, the police in Kyoto, Japan, spent a lot of effort and finally found an envelope with the word "suicide note" written on it in a very hidden corner of Narita's house. And it was sealed with red lacquer. A police officer was curious and wanted to open it, but was stopped by his superior. Don't open it yet. This matter is very important. We have to open it in front of our friends and the media. At that moment, a field officer from the Special Operations Forces secretly recorded a video and posted it online. The title was sensational: Narita-kun suicide note found. Confirmed suicide. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 2004, Dark War. There were 2 updates today. Little angels. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.